Good morning, everybody. Sorry, I'm running a couple minutes late here. All right. QQQ. Everything's got just a huge move up overnight. Tesla not so much. I guess Microsoft's not too bad. Apple's still down. Amazon's still down. Most of tech is running though. So we opened on a $25, $30 gap up. That's gonna put a lot of the zero DT calls from this morning in the money. So if we don't get some established support here, we're probably gonna fail this. Let's see. Before that happens. Okay. Good morning, Dork. His price actions brought to you by Only Up. Tech is running hot. How novel. I took profits this morning. I'm no longer supporting this. Why has Dork not bought you a compressor for your sound setup yet to even out the quiet and louds? He must not be a good friend. I have a compressor. I think. I don't know. Maybe I don't. What's up, man? So here's a question. Guaca Cholio. What's up, man? Hmm. Okay, so the only real support that exists is at 65 here to the downside. If we lose 65, probably going to retest 50. Got a slight uptick in, yeah, a little bit of an uptick on VIX. Call side profit taking first right off the bat. Yeah, a little bit of that. So French dessert, which one is supreme? Like the best French dessert? Huh. The eclair. The eclair is the best French dessert. No, Crepe's wrong. Don't listen to him. Do they serve eclairs? Restaurants sometimes don't. Or are we going to classify eclair as a pastry and not a dessert? I think creme brulee is disgusting. They do not. Son of a bitch. Okay, souffle. Yeah. Souffle's got to be up there. Choux pastry is far harder to make than, well, anything else. It's clearly a breakfast pastry. It seems a bit heavy for breakfast. QQQ's kind of shitting the bed here. I like the things Tesla's doing. What about profiteroles? That would be the next. That might be more common in like a restaurant setting. The chocolate genoise sponge cake with orange and kumquat compote. Okay, that does sound pretty good. So it's a chocolate orange, the ultimate poor candy. I mean, I like where their head's at. Is this guy really not capable of ordering his own breakfast? This is nothing to do with me. This is financial advice. Yeah, I don't like this buying that's going on here. It's very counterintuitive to my put that I just got. Starting to get a bit of call interest at 75.85. No put selling yet, but definitely a bit of call buying. About 300,000 delta. That's just a fucking mess. Hmm. Jesus fucking Christ. Tesla's dumping like crazy. 1459. All right. Call buying kind of slowed down. 87 to the upside. Resistance at 75 to the downside. So support at 75. Resistance 87. How do you feel about cheesecake? Mixed. I don't know. It's all right. Some types are better than others. Terry's chocolate orange is a delicacy. I mean, I think that's what I used to get. It's like a Christmas thing. Play the game of where did I buy my put again? I'm gonna assume on the test of the gap. But that wasn't necessarily a bad place to buy a put. I just reversed quickly. QQQ is pretty supportive here. All right, what's ES look like? ES is kind of butting right up against the 5,000 test. Dollar's cooling off a bit. Holy fuck, the pound got murdered this morning. How bad was their inflation? I guess, how much better? 4 or 5. Oh, core went up. But month over month inflation was way down. Ooh, look. EU coming in hot with another 0% growth quarter. What happened to Netflix? It bounced. Mostly overnight. It does that. That's why I got theta on the put, like a bunch of theta. Because Netflix is a saucy bitch. Sold calls at 75 on it, so might find some resistance up here. We'll see how much more it squeezes out. Short calls at 65 and 70. Ah, Netflix. The first time I lost 10K on something that wasn't SPX or GME, Netflix can be pretty good for that. Yeah, usually want a lot of time and hedging with it. It tends to have very wide channels. Or CERN or Rev. Never mind. Okay. Downs possible today are back to our regular programming of only pumps. Well, we have a lot of puts today. We're just not particularly close to them. The volatility on QQQ is still up quite a lot, so that might actually be kind of a leading driver of direction. Russell's recovering a little bit. Dow's still kind of doing shitty. RSP's got like an okay open, but not a lot of momentum on it. Dixie's still very high. 104.80, 82. And the top end of the yield curve, 2030, are being pressured up a little bit, but below that it seems there's some demand. 10 years still at like 4.3 though. It's still quite high. I should switch the candles on this so it's not so blown out. There we go. Hmm. Yeah, support at 75 and 65 is pretty strong. Getting a little profit taking on calls here and a little bit of put buying. The downside of 65 is quite bearish. Or just heavily sold, but lots of puts. I think if this breaks up, I'm going to cut it and go long calls. Alright, let's see here. Netflix. Starting to find a little resistance around 73. Jesus. Tesla. Client Alpinac. That's fucking annoying. It's not a flag, it's a pennant. There was a flag here, and that broke up. And it failed. Hmm. Yeah, total delta is still climbing quite a bit. I guess I'd have to sell off pretty hard to lose any of the support at 75 or 65. Can you take a look at Meta? Any hope that it can break 70? So losing 65 on Meta yesterday was a pretty big deal. A lot of the call side support was there, and that kind of broke down. If it can break to the upside of 61 here, which it is, right? So 61 supportive. Yeah, positioning on it didn't get much more bullish overnight, so it might end up just being kind of choppy after the overnight move. It's a head and shoulders. Has movement. That looks pretty bullish. Maybe. But definitely not the volume that some of the rest have. It might not be that great of a play to 70 today. Like I think it could hit it, but yeah. Yeah, IWM, I don't know. Yields are down a bit. I guess it could be worthwhile. I think IWM's negative gamma. So what the fuck is it? Hold on. Yeah, it's just 197.89 is going to be gamma neutral. So it's still about 40 cents off, but I think with yields dropping, it could be a good target. Yeah, maybe I'll pick some of those up. It's already up like 150 BPS. Um, 197.89 breaks to the upside of gamma neutral. Biggest problem with IWM is that most of the charm on it fell off. It lost like 400 million in charm yesterday, which is about 60% of the positive charm that it had. But we'll see. We could get pretty aggressive short covering on it, possibly. SPX looks like it's got some room up to 85.90. That's going to be resistance, I think, and then 95 is just as big a problem as it was before. As far as stopping upside, there might be a few less sold positions at 5,000 than there were, but 95 5,000 is going to be a big resistance again because there's still a shitload of them. We're definitely getting more put buying though. Quite a bit more put buying. That didn't really break out either. We're going to be looking to this for a breakout then. Data? I don't think we have anything today. I thought PPI was today. It was on a bunch of the economic calendars. And then I checked the BLS website last night. PPI is not till Friday. Oh, Goolsby's talking right now. Housing's still the biggest part of the inflation puzzle. It's totally clear that inflation is coming down. It's not. A higher productivity growth, if it continues, would have profound implications for Fed policy making. Huh. I don't support waiting until inflation is already at 2% on a 12-month basis before cutting rates. It's unrealistic that if China had a recession, that there wouldn't be a risk of a recession for the US. So that scenario is a threat. If productivity continues at a faster than long-term trend, it will change our monetary policy decisions. Ooh, is the Fed starting to consider productivity part of inflation? They just noticed. This is unusually hawkish for Goolsby. Even if inflation comes in a bit higher over the next few months, it's still consistent with our path back to target. No, it's fucking not. So on an annualized basis, super core, the Fed's favorite metric of core services minus like energy and fuel, is up like 8.1%. And it spiked like, I think it was like 4% yesterday. If you were a wombat, would you still try to day trade? I'd probably just do whatever wombats do with their free time. Like eat fruit in the dark in the jungle or something. Actually, if I was a wombat, I'd starve to death. I'm allergic to fruit. Do my allergies carry over? Or do I get like fruit immunity? A Latina AI Federal Reserve representative with an OnlyFans? The Fed should set up AI OnlyFans in order to hedge off their $150 billion in paper losses, right? I'd sign up for JPAS. You're allergic to all fruit? I'm not allergic to citrus fruit, but all the rest. Yep, bananas too. Tropical fruits are the worst. Mango is like a double whammy. I'm allergic to the fruit and the urushiol or whatever the fuck is in it. How close are you watching LMT? House might pass legislation soon. I'm long LMT, but I've got like some time. Meta broke 470 MOASS time. If it got a big pump, yeah, maybe. Yeah, it got a big pump. That's pretty good for it. Because there's sold calls at 70, so if it can squeeze those out. IWM's being a little bitch. Oh, it's because dollar's going up again. Call buying's so yeah, like long delta is going higher and like higher. We're starting to push up through the resistance here, which is at like 82. So it might start to break out. Like options support a breakout to the upside. The technicals kind of do too. So that'll probably mean we do the opposite. But we'll see. I think that looks pretty strong. Yeah, I think it looks pretty strong. Pull back. Not a lot of range to pull back. 75. Supports at 75, so. And then there's another call wall at 65 to the downside as well. I think most of the resistance here is just ES 5000, which we keep failing to break out of. That was our third test. Hmm. What did I say IWM was? GM. 197.89. Let me mark that. All right. Am I crazy, or is SPX forming a rising wedge? Making me think it's going to tank, but we're in the bull zone. Yeah, you're not crazy. It is. The consolidation isn't very bullish, but well, a little less bullish after kind of losing this ascending triangle. But it has so much support. Like, there's so much support at 75. And the call buying's pretty persistent. So I think even though like momentum's not that favorable, positioning still looks pretty bullish. I could see it breaking down, but I could see them also trying to push all their calls in the money before they let that happen. I'm not allergic to berries, but those aren't fruit. I don't think they're like different. I'm allergic to pesticides though, like pyrethrins. So if the berries have pesticides on them, yes. How do you live? Just eat cooked fruit. More cooked fruit. If it's slightly cooked, it doesn't bother me. There's like an enzyme in it that I'm allergic to that gets like killed at 100 and something degrees, 123 degrees or something like that. So anything that's pasteurized, I can eat. Good morning, home wrecker. I have a freshly baked fruitcake I need to send you for Valentine's Day. Also, win mod. Oh, yeah, happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Riddle me this. I forgot it was that day. Ooh, I need to get on Tinder. Is Vanguard on a cash settled option that settles the day you turn a profit? And it takes 2 days for your profit to cash settle, but your original premium is fair to use? You should be receiving your cash in T1 on a cash settled option, so the next day. About a 2 DTE QQQ straddle, when do you cut with the losing side? It looks like we're trending up. I already cut the loser at a 70% loss with the call side up 90%. Should I have held the put? On 0 DTEs? Probably not. You generally don't want to hold. Like if you're taking a 0 DTE straddle, you want to cut the loser pretty quickly. For hedging Netflix March bear put spreads, would selling a Friday 560p be a good idea? It's an option, yeah. I assume you have the 50 put. If you're gonna do that though, you're probably gonna want to close the March, like the March sold put. Otherwise you'd have to set up another spread to hedge risk, or you need portfolio margin. Yeah, skews but just short of its all-time high. The call selling into, or the like the vol short into close yesterday was fucking nuts, which is I'm sure what drove a lot of that. It's definitely it's definitely not a good look, right? Berries are indeed fruit. Well, they're different. Somehow they're different. I don't remember how. They don't come from a tree, so. Sucks to be you. The rest of us are chugging pesticides right now. Awesome. I've made fresh mango crepe topped with glyphosate for you. Thank you so much, Dork. Yeah, I can eat apple pie. I'm actually not allergic to fresh or cooked pineapple. Pineapple doesn't bother me. Instead of Tinder, how about you take us out tonight instead? Some sort of like I don't like holding my phone when I'm walking. So unless I hire a cameraman to film my night out, it's not happening. Well, I gotta get on Tinder. Well, I mean it's Valentine's Day. That's the best day. I'm celebrating Valentine's Day by taking my mom to get her taxes done. Love is in the air. What if you meet just like a cute CPA or, you know, registered tax official at H&R Block? That sounds like a romantic Midwestern meet cute. Jaded librarian finds love at the H&R Block. Thoughts on HE earnings? Seems on ParkBit, they are trading at 25% of their value prior to fires. Yeah, that's because they have a bunch of fucking lawsuits against them right now and a huge short position. I'm not allergic to avocados. Well, I am, but very little. I feel like avocado is more of a nut. Isn't it a nut? Like the pit is the nut meat. What is skew measure again? So it measures the it measures tail risk. But specifically, it gauges the skewness of implied volatility distribution in S&P options. So the higher skew goes, the higher risk of a downward movement. And a lower value would indicate less concern of a downward movement. Yeah, okay. That's a good way. I think I nailed it. Sold puts are up 80% today. Okay. You know what bought calls are up, lost your gun? Why didn't you just buy calls? What about Starburst berries and cream? Because I'm a little lad who loves berries and cream. Stop trying to flirt with me. I know it's Valentine's Day, but it's too early. Have you no shame? Very little. Why? That's what happens when vol goes up, man. Is Nikkei just gonna keep going vertical? Well, yeah, I mean, as long as the yen is just tanking, then Japanese investors are gonna seek to protect their value, their currency value in equities. No, thank you. It's the library taxes done by AARP volunteers. Okay, never mind. As a married guy, is Valentine's Day Tinder volume exceptionally high? Oh yeah, yeah. I love the disdainful Midwestern qualifier there. I don't know what you guys do in your free time out there in the Great Plains amongst your corn. What is the total donation amount needed for a cameraman? I'm not gonna disclose that. Can the market trends provide decent entries or exits? Can pre-market trends? I wouldn't trust pre-market trends too much. I mean, statistically, they're not very. If you're talking about like, actually, if you're talking about indexes, if they're under like 100 BPS, they're not. That's like 108 BPS. They're not very relevant. Um, as far as direction of the market the following day, and then on in stocks, even less so. Like individual stocks, they're going to be there's going to be even less statistical relevance to pre-market moves because the pre-markets are so illiquid, right? I mean, futures is arguably the most liquid pre-market trading that occurs, and if that doesn't have any statistical relevance until extremely large moves, you can imagine that. Oh, fuck you, IWM. Really? Just break out. No, you bitch. I should probably put a stop on this. Oh, it's doing it. Hmm. Maybe I should go like 1050. Can pre-market trends provide decent entries or exits? Okay, I answered that. Avocado is a fruit. Pit seed. Stone fruit. Huh. Nut meat would imply that it's edible. Are you over there eating avocado seeds? I've never tried roasting one. Is Polygon data worth $200 a month? No. As far as I know, Polygon sucks. Immensely ruggedly handsome one. Would you be kind enough to remind these folks that there are at least there there are last work hours for scaping before Valentine's Day night? Oh yeah, guys, don't forget to get your scaping in at work today. We should have drawn the line above IWM, but I need to. That's the line that says bull. That's the bull line. AB&B shat the bed with earnings, so it's obviously going back to 160. Well, if AB&B goes down, then people need to admit that there's problems with property pricing. Can they push this through 5,000 or do they need to gap over it again? I'm not sure yet. But they may need to. There are less options at 5,000 than there were. But there's still a lot of sold options at 5,000. Are we gonna get defer packs of the holiday Monday or however that works? Not for indexes and stuff, and I don't think it's gonna matter for the memes. Most of them don't have a lot of short interest on them right now. We're just pulling out of like the ETF FTD period, and most of them ran last month. So could we see de-risking today? Possibly. That would be very bearish. It's not a stone fruit. Discard that. It's a berry. Whoa. Cool your tits, SPX. Jesus Christ. Is momentum starting to fall off here on the test of 5,008? Oh, it is. No. Okay, fuck this. I'm closing the IWM thing. Well, let's set a stop. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Support. Should I close this? This is this Friday. Hmm. Ooh, they're buying. Out of the money call buying. Lots of out of the money call buying. Is that going to be bullish? Should I close my Tesla weekly? Still below resistance. But it could shit the bed. Big futures fight. Yeah, we're right at resistance here. Hmm. Momentum's kind of turning bearish on the shorter time frames here. Although the 15 kind of looks good to fill the gap. So I think I'll stay on my debit spreads, but I cut my 0 DT calls and my straddle legs here. I don't want to fuck around with rejections on 95. That's still not enough call interest there. Oh. Oh, no. That's the wrong thing. There we go. What's up, Mike? I should have drawn that line so thick on IW. It's the thinnest possible line I could draw. Crude inventory is way up. US is pumping out gas like crazy. So my stop loss for a bull confirmed spot. Yeah, no problem, Rick. Well done. Right, de-risk greater than gap fill. Good question. Yeah, it could. It could be. De-risking could be kind of ugly. Delta's still like I mean the dealers are still positioned kind of bullishly here, but the loss in momentum could see a sell off. I don't know how low it could go. Dollar's rising still. No, but even yields aren't doing that much. Kind of just flat. Hmm. All right. Biggest support's 85 on the downside move here. Then 75 and 65 are pretty supportive as well. We would need probably a pretty big sell-off for the momentum to really become super bearish. Like a lot of volume. Probably on futures. But we could get one. Kind of losing 85 right now. I think maybe call capitulation could drive it. But we all know that's not a real thing. Mama wants that gap. Whoa. Calm down. Is 500 finna be breached again for real? 5,000? Probably not today, but it could be. Should have made the line green for go instead of orange for caution. I see. Do you ever look into crypto? Not often. I bought two around 20K from my GME earnings. I don't think I'd ever selling my BTC, but my question is, are you considering buying any, or would you wait for a drop? I wouldn't buy BTC unless it was less than 15,000. Debating on SLD puts here. I think I'm covered for any SLD action that could occur. I'm not too worried about that. How close do you think shortfall was to imploding with VIX almost at 18? Well, VIX closed below 16, and that's what matters. But it's not good. It's not good for them, obviously. Can you draw a castle wall above 5,000? I'd rather not. Thoughts on Upstart's price short term? They got fucking wrecked at earnings, which was awesome. I don't know. I'd just probably wait for it to get back to like 20 bucks or something. A lot of selling on it, so decent amount of liquidity unlocked. It'll probably keep going down. That's not in a good spot. But yeah, it's sold off hard. Like a lot of people holding it sold the stock, so far more liquidity in the underlying than its like biggest ETFs. So it's not just shorting. It's a lot of selling. Historic supports are at like 25.16, 23, 20.50. Do you happen to have GN on QQQ? Oh, yeah. Yes, this is your margin manager. We need you to pick up your phone. Thanks. That's not how that works. Who keeps buying the video? It was silly months ago. Now it's even sillier. Funds. GN on QQQ is at 429.05. So down here. Any HR folks in here having a problem where some of the younger new hires are spending ages in the shop bathroom playing on their phones? Any solutions? You could get a cell signal blocker. Build a Faraday cage around the bathrooms so no service. There you go. Yeah, that's what Bezos does, right? It's all the Amazon warehouses just have signal blockers. Those are incredibly illegal, like 6-figure FCC fines. Okay, Faraday cage, like the other guy said. Maybe they're manscaping. Oh, that's true. Have you asked? Just tell people you're allergic to cell phones and force them to leave them at the door. Don't block the signal then. They need my tutelage. There would be riots. Well, you know. That's the game. I don't know what to tell you. I think I'm going Faraday cage. Okay. Yeah, just install one in the bathrooms. Not illegal. That's true. Is the following regard thinking? Those with big money have been in the know about AI and chips. NVIDIA 5xing in 13 months cannot be attributable to new info, but solely a bubble. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, machine learning has been around forever. It's just what everyone decided to hype. Well, it helps when you own your own news agencies, to be perfectly frank. You lose like 80% of your remaining viewers if you block internet from bathrooms. That's fine. SMCI and NVIDIA are the single greatest stock choices right now for going long. Brought to you by BlackRock. AI seems same like Excel functions with higher multiples and less use cases. There's some similarities. PSA for manscaping this holiday. Watch the loose skin on the knut sack. It takes a while to heal. Don't ask. If everyone's bathrooms get blocked, it'll be only you and AJ left. Well, if it's just me and AJ in chat, I'm going to ban him, right? Why would someone name their child Frank? I don't know. Family name? They like Franklin the Turtle. Yes, it is short for Francis. My daughter's name is Frankie. Okay. What price would you reload on BNED? Under 80 cents right now? That's pretty cheap. I've bought it around this price before. I'm not buying it right now. Or Frank Ale? I thought it was for Frankfurter, like hot dog. You shouldn't ban him. You should have the mods take turns randomly blocking him so he never knows when he can type and when he can't. Ooh. Nice. Okay. Why are we going down? Well, because the momentum shifted. I said that when we were back at 91. Maybe if you spent less time plotting revenge and more time listening to the things that are coming out of my mouth, you would know this. You're gonna buy more Dole soon. When the time is right. Spy chopping on top of VWAP. This is bullish on YAM futures. Okay. I have 216 upstart 25 CSV. That's up 23% today. Can you explain, like I'm 5, how this happens with a 20% drop in the stock? I would have expected red. Thank you. 216.25. That's up 23% today. That's odd. What's Upstart trading at? I mean, you've got to be out of the money, right? I mean, I'm gonna go out on a ledge here and say that you have 2 days till expiration. You sold it at a premium and you're benefiting from IV crush. No, no, no. Keep plotting. It keeps Gherkin on his toes, and we need that edge. Did you know that Dork is actually named Francesca? Uh, no, but I guess I do now. Dork, I'm gonna need you to re-sign some documents. Ivy Crush was a 24% expected move. It was ridiculous. It's a family name. His mom and his mother's mom were named Franchel. I'm up again today, thank God. Good job holding your puts through the top once again, Farmville. Another lesson unlearned. Does it have any downside ramps built up? I don't know. Maybe? It's big spike in vols. Interesting. The out of the money call buying has stopped, and Delta is falling back into negative territory where things are bearish again. I love these markets. Ooh, fuck, we haven't even flipped momentum on the 5 yet. That's exciting. We're gonna go down like hard as fuck and then V. V on V day? Are we allowed to have 2 red days in a row? It should be strictly prohibited by the stock market gods. But maybe our gods have abandoned us. Pufferfish and wombats don't have very much in common. I mean, you have both of them glued to your ceiling fan. You listen to Architects? You just directly quoted lyrics. No, I don't even know who that is. Do you think BTC ETFs? What's a BTF ETF? Buy the flat? BTC? I mean, they used BTC ETFs to short the fuck out of things right away. Wait till they get options. Think about setting a stop. That could be an intelligent decision. Although this gets even more bearish if we lose 75. Ooh, I like this. Yeah, this is if we break down here, this is pretty bearish. Market maker's gonna start dumping. Do you think? Please tell me they rescued their soul puts and now they're buying tons of puts to the downside. There's some call selling going on. Put buying? A little bit. Okay. Yeah, there's a little bit of put buying. Not crazy, but some. Yeah, actually, yeah. Uh, huh. Filling the gap would be really saucy. Oh shit. Longer time frame momentum starting to break down here. We're getting in the money call selling, not just on the 0DT. Huh. Bears are back in town? It's too soon to say. Is it too early for FXY exposure? Yeah, I would say so. Maybe more towards like March or April. Why does things like German banks prepare for loan defaults, real estate crash coming to US as well? Rates aren't going higher even if we don't cut in March. I mean, real estate is going back up. Sure it is. You know, the median average home price in the US has lost more value in the last like 2 months than it has since like the 60s. SLD, so far, dump it. Calm down, calm down. We're doing some stuff. Nice, Farmville. So homes are 50 grand now, or relative value? Relative value. It's relative. Percent drop year over year, or change in percent value year over year. Yeah, sorry. I know you want some of those $50,000 homes. I want to buy 20 homes. Wait till 2047, or move to like Binghamton, New York. Just any town in the Rust Belt. You could buy like $1 Victorians right on the main drag of a city that doesn't exist anymore. Japan, free homes. Yeah, that too. Although land ownership in Japan is weird, right? It's like you don't own the land, right? It's like a lease kind of deal, like 100-year lease, or it's like buying a house in Irvine. Yeah, I don't want to live in some fucking old rock in Italy, Lawrence, in the middle of fucking nowhere. We need like a donkey to get to town. Why is Irvine so weird? Because it's run by a like Christian nut job who makes everyone wear ties. I probably shouldn't say that. He'll have me killed. $65 is the next support. If we lose that, there's no more call side support. I used to date a chick in Binghamton when I lived in Long Island. You can legit bury a dead body in some of the cracks on the roads out there. I mean, you got to take the other bodies out of the crack, though. That's like a lot of work. Please don't get killed, because then you'll be ghosting us instead of us ghosting you. Well, see, what I'm gonna do is I've already decided I'm gonna haunt JFresh and ensure that he never gets to use the sex cherry bot. No problem, bravo. I just realized the bottom left chart was QQQ. Was it QQQ put, not QQQ? No longer scratching my head as to why it was inversing the market. All right. Oh, fuck. We lost long term support on futures. Are we going to fall below the bull signal? These are exciting times. VIX bounced above 15 already. Okay, so we did find support there at 65. Delta's picking up, but it's not very strong. Continued bearishness? Okay, we're trying to set a floor here, but this really isn't the best position to do it from. Quite a lot of puts at 60. Gamma starts to get kind of negative around there. Yeah, dealer's still a bit underwater. Mm, interesting. Okay. Not filling the gap's kind of bearish. As prophesized. JFresh should send the chair to Carl so you could post a review online. Exactly. No, I've already informed Carl. He's redecorating as we speak. Lyft CEO on earnings typo. My bad. Yeah, I love how they're still priced like they're going to increase revenues by 50%. I want to know what the worst feeling is. Buying a put before meeting with the 50% stop loss. It apparently getting hit, then SPX dropping. Yep, that is the way. If we fill the downside gap, do you think we could go lower? Yes, definitely. Things get a lot more bearish if we fail 65. I'm buying a put. Why why don't you make sure that this is going to break back down before you buy a put? Why don't you buy a put on a retest of 65 with a tight stop, right? Like confirm, do the thing that you hate doing, Thunder, and confirm the breakdown instead of entering a put mid bounce. Is today a good day for 39.35p lotto, 49.35p lottos? I mean, there's no good day for those. I bought a put at the top, stopped out at the small bounce, bought another put. I got stopped out at this bounce. Dang. Sucks. Your puts, maybe your stops are too tight. If you don't want to get stopped out, I would say that your stops are too tight. Let us know when that put order comes through. I hate when you tell someone not to ever do something that I just did. I'm sorry. They're gonna fill that gap, right? Yeah, they already did. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, Meta really struggled with 70. Strong reversal in mid caps. Futures, I would say, well, almost found support. Hmm. Volatility is moving up. Correlation still not breaking down. Commodities are still too fucking cheap. Hmm. This fast game is still there. Does it fucking matter? Am I an idiot for setting short condors around 5,000? Not necessarily. Ooh. Damn, NQ kind of failed hard there. NVIDIA is the best fucking straddle ever. This shit's ridiculous. I'm only on day 2 of straddling NVIDIA, but it's kind of fun. Without options on Express, how would a BK play out? Just straight down, or would it be possible to get some dead cat bounces along the way? I mean, I think it just depends on if they get their financing or not, right? If they get their financing, they could rip. Oh, we're gonna lose 65 here. Yeah, I did used to do straddles on Tesla back when it was crazy. And it was worth it. There was nothing quite like Tesla ripping $100 and then dropping 125 in a single trading session. Those are the days. Like Elon would tweet something overnight, you'd open like $90 up, and then everybody would sell off. Synthetic long. Oh, you can't go synth short on Express. There's no options left. Well, there are, but they're awful. They're like pre-reverse split. You gonna ignore my Madagascar field trip idea? Why do you want to go to Madagascar? Natural gas? Yeah, because today's Vixpiration, Bob. So yeah, it's updated. It shouldn't change too much. I mean, we've been looking at that contract for like 4 days now. Because TradingView, yeah, TradingView fucks it up, right? They roll the contract like 6 days before the actual roll. Nat gas in Alaska is better than Madagascar, but Madagascar has those weird trees. Options and Volatility Pricing by Nattenberg. Q. Are you going to close at 49.66, halfway between your two orange lines, but pinballing between both all day? I mean, if ES loses support here, this thing's going to dump. This is an important support. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I realize increased vol is skewing these results, but 2 days into testing the NVIDIA straddle, let me tell you, money. How's OI? Um, Still supportive at 65. We got a pretty decent round of call buying and put selling that created this support, but that's starting to die off. And the dealer's still a bit underwater, actually. So they kind of failed to recover the level that they needed to push this higher. And then a lower high here is definitely not bullish. If we lose the call wall at 65, there's very little support. It should be awesome because my 49 49.25 straddle that I bought yesterday is, well, the put side of it's very sad. Yeah, I mean, if I have a feeling if the index tanks, we're probably going to see dollar move up, so that'll hurt IWM a bit. Although, well, I guess it's, yeah. I mean, IWM's still below gamma neutral, which is definitely not bullish. I didn't post any DD on the video straddle. I just kind of was kind of fucking toying with the idea last week, and then this week I decided to test it a little bit. But I haven't written anything on it. Because I was looking at it last week, and like 4 days out of last week, it outperformed the SPX straddle. Although it may only be for a limited time, and it's largely because it's caught between a massive pile of sold puts or sold calls at 750 and a giant pile of sold puts at 700. And then like any calls or puts sold in between here keep getting squeezed out to the up and downside, which is creating an insane amount of volatility between the two major strikes, or like realized vol, which is really good for straddles. Fucking bulls. Well, we know if a level's important, they're gonna try to defend it. They still got a little ways to push on Delta before they have any kind of advantage though. So like if this gets back above 74, then the bulls have stabilized it. But if it fails 74, we can move back to retest the 65 level. So here we are. We're at 74 right now. So this shouldn't be long of a wait. I'm hoping Thunder waited. Well, I mean, even if he entered the put at 65, if he put a tight stop on it, then it's fine, right? When you're buying puts at resistance, just put a tight stop on them. That's like if you're trying to play a continuation or something like that. I am the bottom. How tight a stop? 30%? No, no. If you're buying a put on like a test of a continuation, you want it tighter than that. Maybe 10. Like really tight. What if your stop is actually a DCA? Stop fucking over leveraging your losers, man. Cut losers, leverage up winners. You are not well enough capitalized to average down. Nobody in here is probably well capitalized enough to be averaging down 0 DTE puts on SPX or calls. Don't bully my puts by calling them losers. It could be. Like I said, if we fail 74, we could retest 65. We haven't, this isn't a failure, but it's close. There, that'll give you a better idea of when a failure could occur. Ugh. Give me a second. Fucking bright out. Momentum's pretty flat here. So they stabilized it and will move up soon? No? Well, the momentum was bullish and now it's flat, which is not necessarily indicative of bullishness, as evidenced by the flat price action. Yeah, well, but universally flat. Hmm. That's what. Hmm. Um, I don't think that consolidation is particularly bullish. It's just not very bearish. For a larger bear move, yeah. I'm not so sure about NQ, but SPX 4965 or ES 4980. What was GM on Palantir again? I don't know what it's at now. $26.44. Bears all spent and gathering themselves. Need to rehydrate like Trash Dan after the submissive dating clip. Did you take profits on Netflix? No? I missed it? I see. I haven't really done anything with Netflix today. I have a 60 sold. No problem, man. Could you make it consolidate a little tighter, please? Best we can do is 70 cents. Flashlight tonight or nah? I don't own a flashlight. I guess I could buy one. I wouldn't even know where to buy one. There's like a sex shop like 15 blocks from me or so. But it's I wouldn't trust that it wasn't used previously. Yeah, I know, red candle. Jerk will send you his old radiator nozzle and some hand goop. Flesh candle. It's ham candle. Popcorn. Keep talking about fleshlights. The market hates it. Well, we failed 74. And then almost tested 65. I feel like Nostradamus. I forgot to get you something for Valentine's Day this year. Oh no. I'll get you as many fleshlights as you want to make up for it. How many could I feasibly use at one time? Yes. I stopped at $100 loss, which is awesome. I've learned nothing and will apply it to my next trade. Excellent. Your callouts have been pretty wicked recently, almost so good that some of us may have over-levered. Never over-leverage. Just don't do that because it's the wrong thing. It depends on how fast you can hot swap them out for a new one. Are they single use? God, imagine trying to be a teenager in 2024. How do you even clean a fleshlight? I don't know. Just asking where your mom where it is. You left it in the dishwasher. Pressure washer. Y'all weren't here when he was predicting GME candles 5 minutes in advance. That was worth over leveraging. That's because one candle was a 20% move. Wait till Fleshlight comes out with a subscription service. I don't like the idea of Fleshlight recollecting their fleshlights from people. You cleanse the sin out of it by burning sage. I just assumed you used some like mixture of vinegar and holy water. I've had girlfriends ever since their advent, and she hasn't completed the molding for a personalized one yet for some silly reason. I feel like that's something you don't want to leave around, right? Like don't make your husband a personalized fleshlight of you frozen in a period of time. You guys are gonna have a bunch of children, and he's gonna leave you for the fleshlight. What are you talking about? You don't clean a fleshlight. You season it. Hmm. That's disgusting. Who are you talking to? Jen is gone. Whoever's listening, generally. After about a year, you chisel it out and it's like new again. Ugh. I wonder if marriages have gone down after the invention of the fleshlight. No. The fleshlight is missing things. It's not a it's not the robot AI replacement that Zuckerberg and Elon dream of. Flip the script. I gifted my wife a toy version of me, 80% to scale, to keep her coming back for the real deal. It's just like a. There's so many ways to go with it. I'm gonna leave that one alone. The real shrinkflation. Put time soon. If we lose 65. Where's Gamma Max on IWM? I don't think that's really pertinent given that it's trading below Gamma Neutral. But it's at 211.56. GN's on the chart. 197.89. One thing I did smart yesterday is close my Netflix spread for March because I thought it would bounce. Would entering the 550, 500p now be better, or maybe wait for a 575 test? I think you might be over managing the position, but I don't know when you entered your 550, 500. It could be you could go closer to the money. I don't think call interest on Netflix has improved much, but let me double check. I didn't look last night. Gamma's still positive, but Delta and Charm are negative into the back half of the week. So it still kind of looks like shit. Yeah. Overall options interest on it's contracting pretty rapidly. Are we gonna start getting some spicy price action here? Just drop into chop. curious. Resistance hasn't really moved. Well, I guess it moved down a little bit. It's at like 73 now. Hmm. Think of all the money they could have made if they made them single use, biodegradable for the ESG score. If we break below 65, our next stop is overnight gap fill, then yesterday's lows, right? Well, I mean 50. 50 is still a big level. I've heard Kim talk about monthly flows. Are they the same as my wife experiences? Different, a little bit. But seasonally important. I entered it at 5:55, so it was late to the party. I hated my entry. See SPX track record. I see. Well, I mean, instead of closing it because you have theta on the put, there was always the option of selling puts against it. But this, I mean, this could be an opportunity to re-enter higher. It can take a bit of time for Netflix to break down through like a major support like GM. But if it does, then yeah, it can drop really fast. How has SAX price action affected your outlook for BNED OPEX? Is BNED going to squeeze? Are my BNED $1 synth along safe? What is foreclosure? And how do credit cards work? Can we see 49.85 again? I'm holding a short call vertical. 99, 49.90, 49.85. That's 50% profit. Yes, if we hold above 65 into the back half of the day, and we haven't failed to the downside, then yeah, we could see more call interest come in and we could move up. Ah, what the fuck is that? Well, I'm not gonna stick my dick in that trash. That's just no. Are these made by AI? A human thought this up. It's like a the one on the bottom looks like a mouth with balls. Like chin testicles. The Balchinians from Men in Black 2. That's my fetish. I mean, no, it's That's terrible. People are getting... God, we're fucked, aren't we? You mentioned this drop was different mechanically, structurally, but if we're still above GN, it's going to be pretty hard to sustain downside, right? I mean, it's not that it's hard to sustain downside, it's just that dips are bullish. The market maker is going to be long weakness, so it makes it harder for it to go down, and then when it does drop, it makes it harder for that to be sustained. But that doesn't necessarily mean that. I mean, that's not inherently bullish. It's just harder to drop. But we're very close to GN. GN's only $16 away right now. So the effect of that as we approach GN diminishes. I mean, think about it this way. If you have like neutral here, right, and the MM is gamma positive to the upside. Let's use the little whoop. Then as price moves further away from GN, the market maker becomes more and more positive gamma, right? But as we fall into GN, the market maker becomes less and less positive gamma. So the proximity to gamma neutral is slightly bearish, despite us being in a bullish range. You'll find that most things in the market work this way. And we lost 65. And VIX 15. What red line? Thanks, T5. Oh, I gotta close Trash's DMs. These are just I can't do that. That's why? Why would anybody? Dude, just don't run from your feelings. Now $100 away from being positive on the year to date. Nice. I went to set a stop on my puts 2 minutes ago. I just went to check how much I was up, and I set a limit so it sold. Oh well, still a win. All right. feel like they're losing control of vol. Yeah. Well, because there's less supportive calls in this range. That's the biggest change probably in positioning over the last few days is that the in the money calls, which supported the positive charm flows, had been falling off, right? Like I showed you guys the shift in OI the other day, and like while we were trading above 5,000, everybody with a call from like 4,900 up to like 520 was just taking profits like crazy, right? And very few calls were coming in out of the money, which left this range exceedingly weak. That was then exacerbated by the like surprise CPI data. We do actually have some important data tomorrow morning, though, and so we may not drop too far today. But losing 65 here was kind of a big deal. Retail sales and industrial production. We also have some GDP, like more foreign GDP data. But a lot of people are thinking retail sales are going to get fucking hammered tomorrow, right? And if they do, we could see some weakness in the dollar, which is ironically probably bullish. But we have Japan GDP tonight, and I think Great Britain GDP tonight. So Japan's expected to show some growth for the preliminary quarter 4. Great Britain's expected to be flat, but both of them are coming out from deeply negative numbers. So if they surprise to the downside, we could see a lot of weakness in the pound and the yen. And that may offset any losses in the dollar from retail sales. And then I think we also have jobless claims tomorrow. There's the Philly and New York manufacturing indexes. Remember that the New York manufacturing index last quarter was down like negative 43. So we'll get a little bit of an idea of how the supply shock in the Red Sea is kind of hitting imports into the east coast of the U.S. with Philly and New York. We would probably want to see Virginia also, but Philly and New York give a pretty good idea. I think then we also have like the housing market index and some inventory shit. So decent amount of data through the pre-market until like the early morning tomorrow. None of which I expect to be particularly good. The housing index is expected to rise, but it may not because, frankly, rates didn't really drop sufficiently to pull a ton of people back into the housing market. Time to squeeze out the sold puts down here now. That'd be super cool. But I think probably we find some stability at 50. It's a really good chance we find support at 50. Well, it's really risky to sell vol at these prices, right? It's not that they don't want to, it's just, it's dangerous. No, you just need to get better at entering. Thunder. I mean, rental prices are already dragging down. There's definitely certain areas where that's not true, but broadly they are. I think a big chunk of that is like city bans on Airbnbs are freeing up a lot of property into the rental market that is increasing liquidity and reducing well, increasing supply and spreading out demand more. That's I mean there's been four major cities now that have enacted bans on Airbnb. It's like New York, San Diego, somewhere up in the Bay Area, and then Palm Springs. Was that I think that might be the most recent one. Portland, Maine is trying. I think that's going to become more and more common. A lot of touristy cities have bans in the works too, but are waffling on it. There's also been a lot of bans in Europe as well, right? Vancouver. Okay. It was SF. Was it just SF? I thought it was like not SF. It was like Palo Alto or some shit like that. Or Berkeley. Well, it was like a smaller subsection of the Bay Area. But maybe it's SF. Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, tried to ban short-term rentals, but they did a study and found that's where over 95% of their tax dollars come from and backed off. I mean, it's not good for the local economy, right? You need places for people to live. Otherwise, you have no labor class. So if all the cheap properties are bought up and used as short-term rentals, then there's no labor class to support the economy. There's no town, no tourism. That only works sometimes. Are we Ving from here? I mean, we found some support. If we don't go back over 65, though, we don't have any stability in that support. Bay Area has figured that out. Make the poorest drive 2 hours each way to service the bourgeois. See, that works in the Bay Area because there's not a lot of competing economies nearby, right? But if there's competing economies nearby, the labor force will just go the other way, right? Oh, is Marin County? Okay. Also, Hilton Head Island will find out over time that if all the properties are Airbnbs, it's gonna hurt their value, right? If the local economy collapses because you've created a hospitality industry with no housing support, right? Then the property prices over time will crash. So in the long term, I don't know how long they did their study for on their taxes, but in the long term, it's going to hurt their tax base, which is the conclusion other cities are coming to. Don Duck, don't tell me things that Don Duck said. Anti-remote for lower skilled workers, but pro-remote for top talent, so they can access remote talent. I mean, it doesn't matter. The push from the vast majority of the labor force is into remote work. It's not going to get any better. It's people are going to keep pushing for that. It doesn't matter what the companies want. They'll just go to companies that are willing to do remote work. That's what they're learning, is that the more resistant they are to remote work, the more of the labor force they lose access to. It's just going to be the way it is. Once you go remote, you never go back. Like, if someone offered me a job in finance and it wasn't remote, I'd tell them to go fuck themselves. I don't care how much money it is. If I had to leave my house more than like 1 day a week, they can fuck off. Correct. Working from home, and I will never go back. I mean, it's not just a microcosm of over salaried professional gamblers in here, right? It's everyone. Nobody wants to go to a real job anymore, except the bottom base level manual labor jobs. The push is always going to be for more remote work from here out. They lure you in with hybrid 1 day a week and gradually dial up the days, then you quit, right? You just go to a company that doesn't do that. And most corporations aren't worried about it, right? Like, they're worried about people finding other jobs. But if they're being equitable towards their employees and they're getting the same amount of productivity, why wouldn't they offer it? Right? And that's what's going to continue to drive the demand, is that more equitable companies are always going to offer that option, and they're going to have better access to the talent pool. And in order to get access to that same level of talent, other companies will be forced to do the same. Hybrid optional office hours are where it's at. Working exclusively from home makes me feel like I'm in lockdowns again, but I can't drink in the office. I've been remote for 4 years and I'm sick of it. That's okay. You'll be sick of being in the office within a year. I mean, Poopy, we just worked in different levels of finance. So 49.95 end of day. Um, that seems excessive. We're still above VIX 15 here. No, this bounce doesn't seem very strong. Still resistance, like hard resistance at 72. And we're back above the call wall, but barely. I mean, it's definitely not Definitely not what I would call stable. That is fair. I mean, I've done it all. I've had the shit low level positions, and yeah, they work you like a dog. But once you get out of that, it's a lot better. My main issue with being remote is I've spent nearly every day here in the last 30 months, and I don't even pretend to work at my job. I have no gains to show for it. At least you're trying. Gorkle's correct. Companies in my industry are switching from remote work to hybrid or getting super desperate for talent. Yep. The next big problem there will be automation, though. No, not AI, just automation. My goal, be like Pie-Fi's friend who trades on the couch for an hour and then golf for the rest of the day. That guy's weird, man. I know you love cat. What about CMI? Was that Cummings? I don't know how they've been doing. They were really cheap like a few months ago. Let me take a look. Oh wow, they blew up on bad earnings. Nice. Um, their payout ratio is disgustingly high, and their margins are terrible. I would say it's probably a little overvalued right now. Definitely some room for it to pull back. I'd be careful. No, still spending most of his time hiding on the sofa. Like it's like 95 now, like 95.5 versus 100 before. Was it de-risking or something else that caused the drops? The initial drop was just caused by some profit taking on the call side, like this. Um, After that, this drop, which led to the bigger spike in vol, was yeah, we lost the supportive call positioning briefly. We're back at at testing it, although um, with volatility now slightly higher, the chances of it breaking up are a little bit more diminished. There's also just an absolute ton of short puts down here, which you see the effect of that in the spike in VIX.
So if we fail again, we're very likely to see another large spike in volatility. So look, he's really warming up to you. Yeah, yeah. Did you check out FRO? Ugh, fine. Frontline marine shipping. Seems they're seeing some of the benefits from that. I mean, seems okay. Nice yield. Mm. Profit as a percentage of total revenues is nice. They've been doing really good on that for the last few quarters. Operating expenses aren't too out of control. Debt doesn't look too bad. I'm priced at like 2x cash flows. I don't hate it. It looks like they're finding some pretty good stability after the like pandemic surge in shipping costs, and they're continuing to grow. It doesn't look like a bad, at least a cursory look at it. I would say it doesn't look like a bad buy and hold, but there's a potential for getting it at like a discounted price, especially if we hit a recession. We hit a recession, or the issues at the Red Sea kind of resolve themselves, then there might be a cheaper price to get it at. He's got like a cat tower, and he's got some toys that he's put in there. He doesn't play with them, but he's placed them inside the cat tower. He doesn't really explore that much. I don't know what he does during the night. He's very active at night. Do you think he misses Long Island? Maybe. No problem. My pronouns are bull bear. What company are you chatting about? FRO, frontline shipping, or marine shipping. U.S. reportedly faces a serious national security threat, per the House Intelligence Committee member Mike Turner. Okay. So you're saying I should leave New York City for a couple days? Done. IRS sues FDIC over Silicon Valley's 1.4 billion in tax debt. He's trading futures at night? Ah, that makes sense. The threat is Jensen, isn't it? Are you a world's best cat litter guy, or did you go with the fancy one that washes? I have the robot, the one JFresh told me to buy. It's like, it looks like a washing machine. If we hear something really loud and you turn into dust, we'll know something happened. Exactly. Pickle Financial here at the front lines. How does that thing work? It's got like a big tub and the litter's in the bottom, right? And the tub turns and the poop falls out into like a tray, like the poop and the pee and the clumps. And then you're left with just the litter. No, like how effective? It's pretty good. I mean, I get like a little bag of shit every week that I just like go in my hallway and chuck down the garbage chute. But I mean, it's a lot easier than, and there's no smell, which is nice. No, when it spins, it's pretty slow. It's not like going crazy or anything. There's just like part of the tub has, holes in it, right? So like this has like a, and it spins and the shit falls through the holes, and then once it's done spinning, you just have litter on the bottom. You're below the garbage chute congestion, right? Not always. I mean, but that's not my problem. I will say that one time it started its cleaning cycle while he was in it, and that freaked him out. All right, 72 is the upside resistance. Break above this is bullish. Momentum's getting a little bit more bullish, but still not a ton. And Delta here is a little bit lower than it was the last time we tested here, so. Are you gonna buy a dovish pause to keep hawkish pause company? No. Do you have a super annoying trash valet where you gotta leave it in the hallway on certain days? No, we just have a chute. It's like a sheet metal tube that goes down the center of the building, and you just throw your trash in it. That's it. You never see your trash again. The problem is people try to shove absurd objects into it, like mattresses, high chairs. Is that why you won't return my calls? How do they clean the chute? That's got to be an issue. No, I mean they like I think they go to the roof and they just wash it. And they do that. They actually do that pretty often, like once a month or something. There's like a some guys in a van that show up and they fucking go up on the roof and then it smells like have you ever smelled those like those tablets that people put in garbage disposals? It smells like that. Like like sickly sweet lemon. Because there's plenty of supply of nat gas after so much nat gas supply was cut off from Russia, prices spiked, but we've we've kind of rebuilt the supply chain. We've rebuilt it very quickly, right? Do you have a select few tickers that you consistently trade? No. I mean, besides indexes. But there's some things that, yeah, I trade seasonally or, they tend to have better payout ratios. I prefer stocks that have good value and robust options chains. So I generally stay away from like penny stocks and shit. And mid caps. To explain top risk reward, low risk, high reward potential. I don't dislike the wheel. It's just eh. Wheeling's fine, and I do it to some degree, but it's definitely not the best strategy for making money. It also tends to benefit from being in like a very stable bull market. Farts, I should have held my Fubo calls. Yeah, maybe. Are you saying we're not in a stable bull market? I mean, I don't think so. We're in a bull market, but it's definitely not a stable one. Way too much macro risk. Yeah, Upstart didn't have very good earnings. Was 50-50 the top? Possibly. Yeah. I would probably start to sell CSPs on it around 20 Surfa. But yeah, I mean, I don't think conditions are going to get a lot better this year for them. So you might be able to get it for cheaper prices. A lot of a lot of a lot of shares of it were sold between yesterday and today, so liquidity's pretty good. It may keep dropping. I mean, sub 10's not impossible on Upstart, but it's probably pretty unlikely unless we see yields move way the fuck up or the Fed changes projections again. Hard to short Upstart under, like, once you get that low, you've got to start shorting it, right? And it's pretty hard to short it like under 10. I think the closest they ever got was like 11 something. Big volume candle, trading view, SPX. That's not SPX, that's CFDs on SPX. Futures volume looks pretty flat. I don't think we're rocketing. I mean, we got like a little extra bullish momentum here, and we moved up to like the top of the hedge, but got it like immediately rejected. So I don't know how much longer the bullish momentums that we're picking up is gonna last. It doesn't look good. Like it looks like it's gonna just break down again. You guys get so polarized over every like $5 move in price. Like every bounce from like 55 to 65 immediately means we're gonna test 5,000. And that's just too big of an assumption to make, you know? Like one green candle doesn't mean bears are dead. You think? Yeah. So I don't think we see Upstart sub 10 anytime soon, unless they start missing like a lot of earnings in a row. But they've shown themselves to be pretty resilient when credit conditions are working against them. So, and I think they still have a decent pile of cash on the side. So if we pull back to 49.20, it does not mean we can go to 4,200 overnight. No. Why do people think bears are getting clapped? There's a lot of assumptions made by bulls that are usually very wrong. Bearish positions over any period of time on SPX are more profitable by like a magnitude of 3 than bullish positions. Bears just close their positions because drops don't last very long, right? So, you know, what bulls generally presume is bears getting blown up is usually just bears closing their positions. That has a big effect on the market maker, but I mean, that doesn't mean they didn't make money. Hmm. What options do bears sell? Because let me tell you, call selling has not performed well over the last 3 months. I don't know about you, but I live my life a quarter mile at a time. Nothing else matters. Not the mortgage, not the store, not my team and all their bullshit. For those 10 seconds or less, I'm free. Noted. I mean, selling puts is an inherently bullish position, so's selling calls. I agree. Sell side is higher higher percent chance of profitability, but both sold puts and sold calls are bullish positions. The vast majority of bearish positions are hedges. Ugh. Kind of looks reverse head and shouldery. It is. Bearish on movement, I guess is what I'm saying. So bearish on volatility is what you mean. And yes, yeah, but that's bullish on equities and indexes, right? Well, bullish on indexes, bearish on equities. Yeah, a lot of bear fund or short funds are short vol, but not all of them. And I would say out of all funds, most short funds are just bearish. Like they just sell the underlying, right, and buy puts. Short vol is pretty specific to one sector of the industry. It's a tremendous mistake to focus on minor CPI fluctuations. Yellen, she clearly sold puts. Hmm. So some brokers allow you to trade spreads in cash accounts. Some don't. I'm gonna create a reverse TA strategy. I mean, most technical patterns have between like a 48 and like 62% win rate, right? So you'd be creating a losing strategy. I mean, this is why they're so good at confirming biases, right? Is because they do have some slightly favorable probabilities. I think way too low. I think there's way better strategies for alpha. I think looking at anything sub 80% is suboptimal, but are there long vol funds like tail risk strategies and stuff? I assume they don't do nearly as well. But, I mean, they get to hold a lot of money and they hedge people's tail risk. But yeah, they exist. Funds don't make money from their, I mean, they don't make a lot of money from their positions generally. They make money from fees. So, I mean, are there long volatility strategies that people will invest in? Absolutely. And it's a niche market, so, you know, there's not a lot of funds that do it, but the ones that do probably gain like a decent chunk of market share. But fib retracements are 100% accurate, bro. No, they're fucking not. Not even close. The best technical indicators either MACD on the 1 hour or 1 day, and that brushes up against like 68 to 73% depending on volatility, and even that's shit. What percent accuracy does the Dorito of Doom have? So far, 0. TA is really good for risk management. It makes it easy to do risk management on the fly. That's about it. It doesn't predict the future. The best technical indicators are loud, screamy YouTubers that point at lines and go, "Here's where you're gonna make big bucks." What's up, Colorado Kev? Welcome back, man. So you've moved into your own office? You got some private time? I mean, that's TA is your risk management when you're intraday trading and scalping a lot of the time, right? Like you're gonna look at those intraday trends, and you know you're gonna use those to decide support and resistance and determine where you're going to enter, where you're going to stop. But that's just risk management. It's not telling you this asset's going a specific direction or anything. You're just using like an aggregate measure of near the money positioning to determine your risk by looking at patterns in the price. I wonder if Raid Shadow Legends will IPO at this point. I mean, your Boston Consulting Group. Why aren't you trying to arrange their IPO? Best technical indicator is the bear song. 100% of the time, the market bottoms out halfway through the song. It might be because we decide to play it at like market maker neutral points, but seems kind of incredible to me that there hasn't been any negative geopolitical news that has affected the market in quite some time. We're due. I mean, there's been a lot of geopolitical news. It just hasn't affected the market. I hope we go back to the gap fill. Maybe. Momentum's flattening out again. It's not reversing, but it's flattening out from bullish to neutral, so we'll see. Right? Which is why I said that. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. I mean, I don't know if the market really cares about most geopolitical news right now. Maybe if China starts to report more realistic GDP numbers, we'll get more scared, but put positioning's a little stronger to the downside now than it was. But that's about all that's changed. Call positioning's very similar. Walls at 85, 75, 65. What's a use case for first trigger OCO orders? Okay, so this is gonna get all right. This is gonna get a little complicated. They're more sophisticated order type. I don't recommend anybody use them without understanding them very well. But OCO is one cancels the other, right? So it allows you to place like a primary order, and then when that fills, it triggers two more orders. Um, and those are linked by one cancels, like the one cancels the other condition. So if one executes, then the other is canceled. It's it's advantageous for managing risk on a position that you don't want to actively manage. But say like a stock goes up to a price and um you want to buy in, but you want to ensure that when you buy in that you have, your like target profit, target stop in place, right? And so what it'll do is when the first order executes, it'll open two more orders. And then the first of those to execute will cancel the other. So say, like you want to short Nvidia on a test of 750. Right. So you put in your first order, and then when it tests 750, you want to put a stop at like 752.50 and a take profit at 740. Right. So it'll enter that order, and then it'll open each of these, right? And then if it drops to your take profit, then this order will cancel, and this order will fill, and the trade is closed, and vice versa. Yeah, yeah, I go. It can be both a way to buy more winners or to buy a hedge. So it could be a really useful way to like delta hedge like a resistance, right? So say you're trading in a trend, right? And you're up and you're waiting for the breakout, but you know, below here, or well, you know, like let's say below here you want to delta hedge your position. You can have like an OCO here, right? That goes short the underlying on a test of, you know, whatever price is here at this trend, and negates the risk on your options contract, right? And then you can have that set up to, you know, take profit once the premium of your contract is paid, or stop out if you bounce back above trend. So that's just, I mean, there's a lot of use cases, but that's a basic example. Yeah, I mean, it essentially creates a bracket order. Does WeBull have OCO? How the fuck do you access that? Oh, for single stocks. Not for options. That sucks. I know the like the new features that they haven't added yet have it for options, but they only have that on mobile. My trouble with OCO has always been not being able to quite guess or guesstimate the price I'd like to put in, effectively letting it market order for me when the conditions are hit. Yeah, I mean that can be tough. What about OCO with one stop, the other trailing stop? That's significantly wider. That would allow the runners to run, limit downside risk. Yeah. Although, well, I mean, I feel like in that case it would just be a trail stop. You don't need a stop and a trail stop, right? Because the stop will always be triggered before the trail stop. strategy, options, order entry. Go to single options, select first trigger, stop. Where? I'll look it up later. Don't worry about it. I didn't know they had OCO and options though. Oh, that would make management so much easier on these accounts, especially when I'm busy with other shit. Yeah, well, unless you're gonna start building out complex algorithms, CMO, that's gonna be a problem you have walking away from trades, as you're gonna reduce profit potential. Yet another stall at ES 49.90. Yep. Can I sue for paying too much for IV, then immediately facing stagnating price action? No. Then fail back to gap. If we do, it's not anytime soon. There's still a pretty consistent drive and call buying. Although we are at the upper, we're now at the upper resistance. So we broke the 72 resistance. This resistance is at like 77.50 ish. Breaking above that is bullish, very. So this could be like a good. This setup specifically could be good, like a good like a straddle entry opportunity, where a break in either direction could lead to a lot of price movement. Like a break to the downside, we could see like a retest of like 67. A break to the upside could see a test of 85 or 90. With then like a tight stop on the losing position. So you'd have a pretty tight stop on both legs. And when I say tight stop, maybe you guys should think of stop as a percentage of premium. 20% of an option, like a 0 DTE options premium, is very tight, right? If you're between like $6 to $10 on a contract, 20% of that is a very tight stop. Like this is like that'd be like $1.20 to $2, right? Yeah, so see if you'd entered a straddle right there at 75, right? You enter a straddle, right, and you set a stop on either side. You know, if it bounces, the put stops. If it goes down, the call stops. And then you just, so basically your call would stop here, your put would continue down. At this point, it probably would have paid for any loss in the call, right? And then, you can keep dropping. So that's one type of entry to look for. The reaction on a rejection isn't always that violent, but it can be. When SAS is making moves and you're following trends, how wide do you set them? I'll move them out further, like 30%, right? And then tighten them up either if resistance is like support is found or at resistance. Right? So say earlier today is a really good example of something I would have probably gotten stopped out on. So say I bought a put here on a break of this trend from this morning, right? And it starts dropping, and then we find support. At this point, I would probably tighten my stop up a little bit to capture that resistance that we lost, right? But I would leave enough room that I could get a continuation because there's no marked resistance here, right? I mean, there is, it's 49.80, but it was weak. It's a weak resistance. It didn't have a lot of like call support, right? So I'll set the stop, protect my gains up until the prior resistance, and then it bounces. I don't get stopped out. It continues down, right? And then I can move my stop lower, same deal, right? But then on this bounce back, I'm gonna get stopped out. So basically, I was able to capture this entire range to the downside, right? By keeping my stop just a little further back on those resistance tests. Now, if we hit a major resistance, like down here, approaching 50, right? Right, and so say I was still in that same put all the way out to this point. As we broke down here, I would start to bring my stop very, very tight to where the contract is trading at, right? Because bounces from major resistances can be really large and very rapid, and so you want to get stopped out as quickly as possible. Also, the more profitable you are, the more likely you are to want to tighten that stop up and take those profits off the table. I still see a lot of people in the pickle jar, and this isn't a comment towards anybody or anything like that, or a dig. I still see a lot of people kind of trying to just over leverage luck, right? Instead of just getting really good at managing a position. If you can make 10 to 20% every time you buy an option, you will grow your port pretty quickly. Especially if you're only losing 10 to 20% on your losers. And once you're good at that, then you leveraging up is the last thing to do. If you're buying like 5-0 DTs at a time and you have a $10,000 port, stop it. There's an entire paper that talks about why mathematically 20 to 25% stop losses are the best choice. There's other reasons for that have to deal with dealer hedging too. But yes, yeah, it's a very good range. I would say it's actually a little tighter, and I think I know which paper you're talking about. I would say it's a little tighter on index options, but I would say it's like somewhere like 17 to 23%. But yeah, I agree. I have a 1K port just starting, and I've been floating between 7 to 1300 for about 3 weeks. That's actually not that bad. 1K ports are really easy to blow up. It's the less money you start with, the more of a struggle it is to get momentum. Once you start to get momentum, you'll get there. Eventually, you'll win big on a play, and once you get momentum, the port will grow, right? But you can definitely struggle with getting momentum on growing an account through the first like $50,000. If you trade perfectly within a defined set of rules, some like 30% of $5,000 accounts will blow up on intraday trading. You can improve that by being sell side only. There's a few other like ways you can try to squeeze some percentage out of that. Like there's like buy right ports. You can kind of get away with sub 2000 without really increasing your failure rate too much, and that's very slow growth, right? So I mean, at some point in the quest for rapid growth, you're gonna sacrifice. You're gonna have to sacrifice some risk somewhere, right? I've had a good result entering SPX positions with OCO, take profit, limit order, stop loss 20%. Yeah, that's pretty standard. Like a 2020 limit, take profit, stop loss is very common. But there's slippage on what you have to account for is that there's slippage on the stop that won't be there. You won't get a lot of slippage on the take profit, especially not beneficial slippage, right? So um, there's a good argument that moving slightly lower on the stop to account for slippage is beneficial in the long run. So going something like 17 and a half to 20. So we failed 72 again. Win Twizzler. Well, momentum's starting to get a little bit more bearish. We moved from neutral to slightly bearish, but it is still just slightly bearish. And we're actually right at the lower resistance here, which has moved down to about 71. So we're very close to it. This test was that lower resistance. So it's kind of like right there. You know, we failed it here, tested it there. If we fail again, that's kind of bearish. You're saying ports that are growers and showers are better. Yeah. Well, I mean, it depends on rate, right? How fast you want to grow. Some people don't have the time to like actively grow a port really fast. I mean, you got to be on top of every single trade. Not going over 2,500 available to trade has saved me from blowing up 8K at a time. Yeah. Allocation's very important too. But nobody should be scaling shit until they're profitable. until you're consistently profitable over at least 3 to 6 months. You shouldn't be scaling. I mean, you've already got 10x leverage on SPX, right? You don't need more than that. You're 10x times 100 because you're using an options contract, right? That's more than sufficient leverage. So puts, well, okay, but we could also break up. We're on an upward trajectory here into that resistance, right? So while this overall is slightly bearish, a break to the upside would be bullish again. And I'm sure you guys have seen this happen where we go like that. So, I mean, this is a risky entry. You'd probably still, like, if you'd open that straddle position and set those stops, like I was talking about earlier, you'd probably have your stop around here. And as long as that doesn't break, then, you know, you can capture continued downside. That would have been a far better entry than this one. This entry is questionable. What if I just hold GME? Those are just unrealized losses, like crazy unrealized. So probably can scale then. You just have to buy 500% more at spot so that you're still underwater, but way more leveraged, right? Or is there an inverse? This is not an inverse head and shoulders, man. It's if it's anything, it's like a small bear pennant and upward consolidation. The trend broke here. Now, if this comes back up, tests here, fails, tests here, and then moves up, that's an inverse head and shoulders. This is not. And I would caution strongly against looking at inverse head and shoulders setups on the 1 minute. I buy the equivalent in GME coin, so when one moons, I'm exclusively hedging for the win and double down. The trick is to go so negative, I just loop back around. Hashtag winning. Ah, the dig to China strategy. Yes. That's worked out really well for Ray Dalio as well. Quiet Ray. What's the most reliable shorter time frame for TA? 15? Yeah. 5 can be fine, but I mean it's still just don't use it to predict the future and you'll be good. I mean, but once you've looked at charts enough, you can draw a pattern that's on the 15-minute on the one, right? Like this whole thing is an inverse head and shoulders. Like if I go out to the 15, it's very clear, right? I guess I have to get rid of extended hours. That doesn't matter. Zero DT and the average down zero DTs forever market of yesteryear taught me very, very bad risk management. I know. But in that market, that wasn't an unsuccessful strategy. I mean, there were times when I like doubled down on like Tesla calls like 4-6x for my initial position, and they still just printed super hard. Like it didn't matter, right? You just go long. You go long and everything would print. It'd all be okay. But we're not in that market anymore, unless it's Nvidia. This entire discussion is very helpful. Good. Could you do a poll on how many of the pickle jar mostly trade on mobile devices? Sure. That doesn't seem like that's actually not a bad poll. If we get a sizable correction, will you give us a breakdown of what longs you're taking? If you're still a pigeon whale, maybe. Here's my problem with telling people what I want to buy on a breakdown. First off, I don't want to get front run. Not that I won't get front run, but I don't want to directly contribute to my own front running, right? Secondly, if I've already entered the position, and this is true across anything I pick, if I have entered a position, I'm probably not going to tell you guys about it. So if something comes up in the intraday or it doesn't make it into Pickles picks and I'm already in it, I'm probably not going to tell you that I am or talk about it at all, because it's unethical. My laptop is mobile, but not, fuck you, okay? You know what it means. I trade on both. Okay. Like an iPad? Are they trading on phones? I didn't realize I needed to be so fucking specific. If it's a laptop, consider it no. If it's any other mobile device that either runs iOS or Android, then consider it a yes. If it is an Android laptop, still a no. Can't lose money on a trade and a car wash if you aren't trading from your phone. That's true. How are we supposed to run a hedge fund then? Gherk, if you were hired to a stock loans team, What knowledge would be best to learn to impact your trading decisions in the future, hypothetically? I mean, you're gonna get some sort of information from risk management on what you're allowed to trade, what you have to disclose, all of that. Things that you need to know for the position. I mean, you're gonna need some basic understanding of like securities lending, and the GMSLA, which is like the Global Master Securities Lending Agreements. So you're gonna have to understand some of the regulatory framework. You probably need some decent knowledge of equity and fixed income markets, credit risk, um, counterparty risk and collateral management. I don't know. You got anything else you want to add to that, Gaff? Not really. My risk isn't really my my deal. You're the only ethical person in finance. I don't know. Probably not. I trade like 60-30 mobile on IBKR. If it's not even half bad with stops and limit orders being able to slide up and down easily. Okay. I don't know if I've ever used the IBKR mobile app outside of like emergencies. I laughed at your fuck your laptop person comment, and my wife was in the kitchen with me and wondered why my work call was so funny. What's up, Atomic? I worked in stock loan and I needed every trade approved before I made it. Yeah, I mean, you're going to be under risk management as well. But you still need to understand, the like impact of like over collateralization or counterparty risk. Would you say the last few weeks on SPX have been easy, hard, normal difficulty to trade from the beginning of this year? Moderately difficult. Most up until the last like week, most of our price action has been breakouts from periods of consolidation, which is always a bit unpredictable, right? And then similarly breakdowns, right? So yeah, I would say the beginning of the year through now has been overall pretty difficult to trade. Something like today is actually more normal. This is more of like an average day than what we usually get. We kind of have like a high and a low, and they're pretty well defined, and you can kind of trade between those kind of ranges that are defined on higher volume in the early part of the day. That's more common, or at least more common to a bull market. Nice. I think I've got the hang of this. Nice. Good job. And then, I mean, once you do, everything will change. And that's the beauty of it. I tried on trading me on a laptop and then place trades with the phone. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, alright. That doesn't seem like that bad a way of handling it. My family, I knew a couple people in '08 that did their best to try and protect people who knew nothing at the time. They failed, and it really crushed their morale. Yeah, I feel like that. I'm gonna end up in that position sometimes when I look at like the macro environment and I try to warn people about it, and people are like, "That's nonsense. Stocks only go up." But at the end of it, I'll probably just care less than they did. First week of 24 was like on easy mode and then immediately got choppy and super difficult. Yeah. Yeah, the first like couple days of the year were super easy to trade. Feb 16, 12p GME sold out, man. Like, they're gone at the bid. Okay, I don't care about fucking GME. Who gives a shit? That's because people who sold puts are scared. Or stupid for buying puts in the first place, which is a distinct possibility. Stocks only go up unless it's OPEX, and then it might get down a lot. I mean, that's kind of mechanically true. It's that's a very broad statement, but I would never want to get assigned on GME. Then you become like Bip's polar bear. Operation Vixillation engaged. Big Short. Where did the pump come from? The massive amount of volatility shorting? Probably didn't hurt that IWM finally broke GN here. This could stay pretty bullish for a little while longer, actually. Should have. So we've shaken most of the negative gamma here. I mean, now we've broken out above that upper resistance, so let's see. Yeah, we could see retest at maybe the intraday high, like 90, 91, I think. That seems reasonable for this. I mean, I don't know. I don't know which position's going to offer you the most framework for market mechanics, AC, but I would say that most of that is going to be something that you're going to learn through self-study. You'll get as much as is necessary to the position from your job, but no more than that. That's kind of a bit of a problem with the way a lot of people in finance are trained. So outside of that wheelhouse, you're probably not going to pick up a lot of market mechanic knowledge. You can master the market mechanics of securities lending, but that's only one part of a very big network of plumbing, right? But anything generally dealing with a bit more risk is going to give you at least a more regulatory mechanic knowledge. Maybe some decent knowledge of mechanics as they pertain to positioning as well. So I would say whatever position offers the most direct exposure to the risk management side. I just bought 1 trillion billion puts. Really? That's a lot. So if the market goes down, just straight down right now, it's all you. Any reason for the oil downs today? I think, oh yeah, inventories were way up. Like, inventories were excessively high, far higher than estimates. Am I burning my house down? Hold on, I gotta go check on my food. This is finding a little bit of resistance at the call wall at 85. Positioning still a little bit on the bullish side, but it's starting to see a little bit of profit taking on calls here. Not a ton, and I would say nothing here is very bearish unless we fall back below 75 again. Well, not really 75. I guess it's going to be more like 77.50. But little weakening in the buy pressure. I don't think that's going to lead to a reversal in momentum just yet, but maybe in about 25 minutes or so, in the next 25 minutes or so, if this trend continues, we'll see positioning break down a bit more. Sorry, I'm paper trading? Oh. Does the 12-inch iPad count as mobile? Yes. Yes, it does. I mean, usually, and not always, it's been changing more recently, but brokerage platforms tend to be less robust on mobile. There's some exceptions to that. Like WeBull is far more robust on mobile than it is on desktop. But the majority of them haven't really made that transition well. We'll see. We're gonna need to see more call buying come in order to see another leg up to the intraday high. But we came close. We tested that 85 level, or fairly close to it. That's basically the test. I will say bulls are a little more skittish today with their upside tests. We're starting to see like bulls sell off earlier into the upside. That's probably just a risk factor due to the elevated IV. Can you take bets on what we think the national security threat is? Let me hear your best theory. Ooh, these are going to be delicious. What do you mean? The Fidelity mobile app is a dream to trade on. They're saying Russian hypersonic missiles. Russia's had that shit for like 8 years. What are we gonna pretend like we don't have any effective answer to it after that amount of time? China has them too. China's hypersonics have massive reliability issues, and Russia's are mostly fictional. I feel like a stealth bomber with a nuclear payload could do far more damage than whatever number of hypersonic missiles Russia can afford. Not to mention, we probably got Russia and most of the Middle East at this point surrounded by nuclear submarines. As a former Army intel analyst, I can tell you Russia's are not mostly fictional. I know they've used them in the Ukraine. But it's been like decades since we've seen any like significant plutonium like refinement, right? At any kind of massive scale. Yeah, and the cost to like maintain a nuclear arsenal, I highly doubt that Russia has anywhere near what they had during the Soviet Union. I'm pooping. Okay, there's blood. Oh, that's not good. Go see a doctor, like right away. If it's a lot of blood, the faster the better. If it's spotting, stop eating. Stop eating so many carbohydrates and cheeses. Have more fiber. This is a daily occurrence. Maybe you have an anal fissure. Crohn's? What's up, Jellison? Go to a doctor, not a pickle-themed stock streaming chat for advice. Hey, Gherk, you know my question. Might be starting the next round of them. What superpower would you want? Uh, hmm. in descending order. Whatever that thing Professor X has. Teleportation. The ability to freeze time. Back in the day, you said Doctor Strange is your favorite Avenger. He's the most powerful one. By like a long shot. If you thought it was bad trading Fidelity, try using their app. It's unusable. All of Fidelity's software is unusable. What's Scarlet Witch's power? Red light? There's a kid that believes the Malaysia flight MH370 was teleported. Yeah, to the bottom of the ocean. But doesn't she have like zero control over it? Fidelity Active Trader Pro still works for me, even though my account has been at zero since August 2022. Did you see WandaVision? No. Like Star Wars, I stopped watching when Disney took over. Pump was useless. Failed. Yeah. Look at IWM. Excuse me. we're talking comics Wanda here. I didn't really read any of the Avengers comics. I just had like the comics that I had in my house when I grew up, and I've never in my adult life purchased a comic book. So I had like my dad's comics, like my stepdad's comics from like it's like 60s, 70s, and 80s, and he had like a bunch of them, but those are the only ones I ever read. And most of them were Spider-Man or a lot of them were Spider-Man. A lot of them were just like really fucking twisted comics about the Joker. My stepdad had no porn ever. My uncle, however, shitloads of it. I played MVC. Yeah, not my favorite game, but intraday high off the table. I mean, we failed, so yeah. I mean, we've still got 2 hours left, but if this loses 65, it gets bearish again. I think the massive spike in vol might indicate that we're seeing short puts close out. What's your confession, Popcorn? Do some butterflies or spreads under day for me to ghost at different cheaper strikes. I didn't deserve that. Deserve what? Our boats taking profit here or piling in. I don't think it's an effective profit taking. I think it's just short puts closing out a bit. And it's mixed. We are getting call side profit taking. That's a little more strong on the 0 DTE, but that's not what's affecting vol. Actually, with the drive to keep realized vol low, I found a really fun way of hedging my overnight straddle into market open. Has been just like 0 DTE butterflies sold at spot at close. But I don't think we're in like a persistently strong enough range for that to be good right now. It was really good when we're like trading above a massive resistance or below one, like 5,000. Like all of that chop around 5,000 overnight butterflies were awesome. I'm such a deadbeat father bear. Did you kill all your cubs? Or have you just strayed too far from them? I'm not sure if they're actually sold. I think a lot of the sold puts at 5,000 might have gotten blown up. He's just getting milk. He'll be back soon. Exactly. If I could teleport, I can make so much money. Have the exclusive Uber Instant tier. You can just teleport into like a bank vault and take what you want and leave. Not that those have any money nowadays, but they used to. No, I think all of the puts and all of the puts at 5,000 are pretty sold. I think everything at 5,000 is sold. Puts and calls. That's why price action got so weird when we were to the upside of it. It also makes volatility a lot more sensitive down here. I feel like power hour is going to be wild. Maybe. I don't know. VIX 15 probably isn't nearly as much of a threat as 16 was yesterday. Also, no VIX expiration today, which there were a lot of reasons that VIX had. There was a desire to crush VIX into close. I don't think it was entirely motivated just by bulls wanting to pump the market. If they de-risk any of the 5K puts, I don't think so. The OI is still ridiculous. I mean, when I get an OI update, I'll let you know. I'm always amazed when watching Book when an order comes in and clears a massive wall. Like an unimaginable wealth just went nom nom nom. Yeah. Remember back when we get like a put wall on GME that was like 30, 40 million and just poof, gone. It's not really gone, but a percentage of it is, right? Do you sometimes miss the GME days? No. I mean, I find the market interesting regardless of what kind of weird shit. And it's always doing some weird shit. So there's always something fun to investigate and new to find out. And don't get me wrong, it was fun. It was a fun period. It was easy as shit to trade from like mid 2020 through the end of 2021. Even just a complete moron could have made money. Like, you could almost buy anything at a low and it would go up. So that was cool, but it also made a lot of people really complacent, which is why so many people suffered such heavy losses in 2022. Fortunately, I was not bullish into 2022, which saved me a lot of pain. I bought Tesla at like, oh, what was it? It was like 360 or something after the market crash. That was 8 splits ago, but so I guess that would be like 45 now or something like that. Um like on a whim. And I held that all the way through like 2021. I didn't get rich with Tesla. I made a lot more money on the crash than I made with Tesla. I also made a lot of money on Netflix. I did pretty well on GME, all things given. I did really well on like IWM. I did lose a lot of money. I made a lot of money with Netflix and lost a lot of money with Netflix. But I mean, overall with Netflix, I ended up to the upside. My biggest loss with Netflix was one specific trade that fucked me really hard. Cat was really good in 22. I made like most of the money I made on Cat was in 2022. I guess end of 21 was the first time. That was the first time we ever played it, right? When it was at like 189. But every time I've gone long Cat the bottom, it's been really good. I've never lost on Netflix. I just don't trade it often enough. It's hard to trade. It's really gappy. And they also release they release data throughout the quarter. And sometimes that data is bearish, but sometimes it's bullish, and it'll move like $40 overnight. They'll be like, "Oh, we just got our European subscriber numbers," and they'll publish them, and then the fucking stock goes up like $40 in after hours. Your happy mistake with 165 calls on Cat. That was a good day. Who would have known it was going to go straight up to 250? I was targeting like maybe a move to 200, 180. It just kept going. Markets are closed Monday. Yep. 3-day weekend. I was gonna cut them too. Like I accidentally bought it. Yeah, I bought 100 calls, but then I was gonna cut them. Except the stock immediately moved up like $6. So I was like, oh, let's see what happens. To be fair, I was out of most of my cat position by the time we broke like the upside trend at like it was like 200 or something. I had some runners that did really well though, and I carried those through almost the top. I think by the time it hit 240, I was out of everything. So I missed out on like the 240, 260 range. But I did pretty good on the next dip. Like what was it, June last year or whatever? The meatball was missing from the DD today. Oh, I'm sorry. But I somehow managed to make enough to pay off min balance on the credit card to remain a valuable contributor to the cult. Fantastic. Well done, Mikey. Will I'm price up SPY SPX options for NVIDIA earnings because it's so big? Or is that not a thing? It's absolutely a thing, but the effect will be felt more on QQQ than it will be on SPX. Hulk smash HE stock price. Oof. Oh, because they fucking shit the bed on earnings? Cat, the true MOASS. You're solid with reading Cat. I've traded it for years. I mean, you'd think I'd have gotten good at it at some point. That one recovered from the pandemic crash really hard too. Think about this. In 2020, you could have bought Cat for 86. What was it, $86 a share? Head and Shoulders ES on the 5 minute. Um, the 15 a little bit. Hmm. Maybe. I don't want to think about the COVID crash. I mean, it's scary to buy stocks in a crash because it could keep going. You don't know what the aftermath is going to be, right? I bought a bunch of stuff, but I didn't buy nearly the amount of things that I was like, I'm totally going to buy all this stuff when the market crashes. Well, you only have what, 4x your money? Make way more playing cat options on Pickles Picks. It's been a fun one. Lately I've been kind of leaning towards just trading it on really short time frames because the moves have gotten so erratic. Um Hold on. Can you call another drop like you did 30 minutes ago? Not always. I, uh, actually, this bounce is kind of weird because it's happening on like reduced momentum. I don't know. We're kind of trimming down into end of day. Range is gonna get more reduced as gamma falls, like the gamma falls off. That pretty clearly defines our range. We've got some resistance here, support here. So I mean, it's very likely that we could continue to consolidate into close. We might get like an end of day breakout to either clear out the call positioning or some of the put positioning. But this looks like it's becoming progressively more range bound, right? I don't think this is gonna drop right away. We probably still have some fairly bullish momentum for like another 15-20 minutes here before it starts to like flatten out. But this is definitely resistance. There's a put wall at 80 now, and that's making 80 kind of a bit of a stronger resistance. We ran into that here and here, and we're kind of seeing the effects of that again here, which means that, you know, because of the large pile of calls and the put wall at 80, that this becomes very easy to break to the upside, but very hard to cross higher. So with the breakout there kind of stymied, I would say that we could just keep seeing the 75 sell off, breakout, sell off, and just keep consolidating. Because what you're seeing to the upside is you're seeing those like 75, 70, 65 calls take profit, right? That's what's triggering most of these breakdowns. There's been some short put closing, but there's also just increased sensitivity to rising volatility because the majority of the Vega risk is in the money now. Yes, gap 44.90, 44.90.25. Okay. I don't think it's unreasonable to think that we could retest that. It probably won't last. I almost bought calls at 49.65, but I pissed out. Fair. Well, I mean, 65 is tough because if we lose 65, then this can really drop, right? So it's definitely a riskier call entry. Profitable if you're right, but very risky. Just hold it up here with your mind, like Xavier. It's easy to use hindsight with the most recent novel virus pandemic. I'm so much better positioned to weather the next global pandemic. Well, the thing about pandemics is they tend to be moderately unique. But yeah, I mean, I had all kinds of plans. I was like, the market's going to crash and I'm going to go long Apple and Microsoft and I'm going to make billions. And then when we got to the bottom of the market, I mean, the fear that drove the crash was real, right? It's very visceral. And so you're sitting there and you're like, fuck, man, every business is going to be closed for months and who knows when they're going to reopen again, right? And so you start to turn your eyes towards more defensive things in a scenario like that because I mean we didn't know that the Fed was going to come and print trillions of dollars or anything like that. There was no promise of prosperity. And so, I mean, you're literally doing what Buffett describes at that point, which is being greedy when others are fearful, right? And so I bought some companies that had a lot of hype that I thought would persist regardless of the like macroeconomic situation, and Tesla was one of those. Um, and then I actually bought a lot of defensives that kind of underperformed on the bounce. I mean, they did really well, but not as well as other stuff. Defensives was good there. That's why I enrolled in Taekwondo. I had an undue amount of Kroger. Where were the ice cream sandwiches in the plan? I mean that came later. That took months of finding the right contacts, making appropriate negotiations, bribing Trader Joe's employees. I still feel bad about that. What if someone died during the pandemic and their death wish was a Trader Joe's ice cream sandwich and I ate them all? I mean, ultimately survival of the fittest, but I didn't need like 4 cases. I just wanted them. Ice cream sandwiches are the perfect complement to sitting in your bed watching Netflix for 18 hours a day. You monster. Ironically, you became super unfit. Yeah. That mostly came with the money, though, not the ice cream sandwiches. Trader Joe's ice cream wrap. It's all good. We've taken care of it. I don't believe in repenting for my sins, Grimtail. It was me. That was my death wish. Smart of you to program a bot to come here and haunt me before the stream even started. Yeah, I'm not sure breaking above the line matters that much. Maybe. This isn't a very strong breakout. It's just like we ground a couple dollars higher. I wish ice cream sandwiches stayed cold longer. You gotta get a freezer that goes to a lower temperature. That's the trick. Like a commercial freezer. You see where I'm coming from? Maybe two. Have you seen that clip of the ice cream bar that doesn't melt at room temp? Why would you want that? How long does it take to eat an ice cream bar? Did you get any oil stuff? That was dirt cheap for quite a while after the pandemic. I got some like oil futures after it went negative. I had Zom for a while. I probably sold it too early. I was long oil when the Russia thing happened. That was pretty cool. IWM's chilling with their early morning calls in the money. Well, I mean, it got rejected off of GN. I wasn't going to hold them. I just used 2K to make $15.68. I'll see myself out. Seriously, though, held through the drop, went from down 2K to up. Thanks, Gherkin. Nice, man. Being up is better than being down. What's your SPX price prediction end of day? I would say somewhere between 85 and 75 is looking very, very likely, especially given the put positioning. Small chance that we get a breakout during power hour, in which case we could test as high as like 95. Probably not going to test 5,000. But there's an equally good chance that like we fail to the lower part and like our end of day breakout just climbs us back to 75. Right now everything's kind of just positioned around 80. So we have like a put wall at 80. Right? And then we have there kind of calls over here, calls over here. We got a few puts this way, fewer puts this way. So if we fall to the downside, these are going to close. If we move to the upside, these are going to close. And so we're very likely to end up right back here. I want to pull an ice cream sandwich out of my pocket, not from a big old clunky freezer. So you're like maybe like one of those, those things where you like pop the little bubble and shake it and it gets cold, like the instant ice packs, but with just an ice cream sandwich, like a melty ice cream sandwich inside, and then the pack freezes it, and then you just rip it open and devour the ice cream sandwich? Or is that too many steps? What do we expand our ice cream novelty horizon beyond sandwiches? I mean, there's an ice cream taco. Oh no, they got rid of that. The pandemic killed the Choco Taco. Holy shit, man. Just fucking eat it. Well, that's not what we're discussing. We're discussing the portability of an ice cream sandwich. What if you want to take an ice cream sandwich on a picnic? Maybe you could can them. Just... The Choco Taco was mid. That's true. Yeah, it goes in your mouth. That's not portable, though. You've never wanted to eat an ice cream sandwich somewhere other than home or within the proximity of a freezer? Taco Bell's bringing back the Choco Taco as of 2 days ago. Wait, really? Two words, Dippin' Dots. It's the ice cream of the future. It's not even the ice cream of the past. Depends on mouth size. Oh, you're saying just like carry it in your mouth? And there you just swallow when you get where you want to be. I feel like having sugar in contact with your teeth for that extended of a period of time could be detrimental. When the Choco Taco got stale and almost soggy and chewy, it's when its flavor profile peaked. This was a good time to tune back in. How's the hangover, Trash? I'm dying. Getting like cold sweats. It's a collab between Taco Bell and Salt and Straw. Huh. Guy I work with has a rich cousin who owns the rights to the original Chipwich ice cream sandwich. He's an ex-hedgie that has too much money and nothing to do. Did you show him your magical power with Twizzlers? And ask him if he wanted to build a fund around it? What is this even a discussion? The obvious answer is a Peltier device. Before you say it's too bulky, think about how bad you want this pocket ice cream sandwich. I mean, this is more for Squamsk than me. Choco Taco, same like Chugga? Shit. I can't get that close. He has that uber rich protection aura around him. It's just like girls that are too hot. No one talks to them. So you just gotta approach him, man. Don't be afraid. He's lonely. For pocket ice cream sandwich, what you do is you line your jacket pockets with tinfoil. You can also steal stuff that way without triggering the shoplifter alarms. Uh, thanks. I mean, I live in New York. You can just take shit and walk out. Actually, it's called the security gate to the private island he lives on. Oh. I mean, I don't know. Make friends with the guard. As long as it doesn't exceed $900. Or is it 500? It doesn't matter. The NYPD is not showing up either way. What's happened though is that like instead of it just being impoverished people that need money and are desperate, is now everybody's taking advantage of the fact that they can't be arrested for shoplifting. Like I was out with my buddy the other day and he just grabbed a beer out of this cooler, started drinking it and walked out. And I was like, "What the fuck are you doing? You've got to pay for that." And he's like, "No, I don't." And I felt like such a tool because I bought my stuff, with money. And he's not poor. He's just a like rich white dude. No, not rich, but he makes like 200K a year. He's doing pretty well for himself. You got a no chase policy? Shoplifting's actually common among rich people. It wasn't even shoplifting, right? Like you're a kid and your buddy steals something. He's like, "Oh, bro, I stole this thing." You're like, "Oh, fuck," right? And like you're like going through the store, looking around everywhere, right? This wasn't like that at all. He just took some shit and left. It was so brash. If I made 200K, I'd be fucking loaded. I mean, his apartment's probably like $8,000 a month. No, it is. It is literally shoplifting. Yes, but it was the attitude behind it. Like, there's a lot of shoplifting in New York City. I'm sure you guys have seen all the TikTok videos, right? But like, if I see some kid from the ghetto stealing some food, good on him, right? Like, the fact that we live in a society where kids need to steal to eat, fuck that, right? But he's just like a rich prick stealing a beer because he doesn't want to wait in line to pay at the register. It wasn't even shoplifting. It was described shoplifting. It's called being a douchebag. Yeah. It was an emotional roller coaster for me because at first I was like, I can't believe this fucking asshole is doing this. And then after about 15 minutes, I was like, I can't believe I didn't do that. I'm gonna go to the 7-Eleven and eat a bag of gummy sharks in one bite. Just open it first, Squamps, please. You've already gotten too many microplastics from the parking lot berries. 1 second. Is that the new American way? I feel for shop owners. I don't know what's happening anymore. Once when I was in a hurry for something, I just put cash on the counter, held up what I was taking to show, and walked out. They seemed fine with it. Okay. I mean, but that's still paying. Well, Gurk's gone. I'm gonna buy a put. Everyone go front run him with calls. You're welcome. The ghost of Gurk's grandma coming to tell him her lessons on shoplifting still hold true after all these years. Yeah. It was an effective lesson. How's tomorrow's expiration looking so far? Hmm. I don't know. A little stronger at 85 than this morning was, but very similar to yesterday and most of today. Let's see something here. Oh wait, that is today. That's why it looks like today's price action. Um, 1 second. Ooh, weaker. Call wall at 90, and then nothing supportive to the downside. Maybe a small one at 65. Yeah, tomorrow looks kind of shitty. Few calls at 95,000. After that, falls off to the downside. Almost no support. Interesting. It's still very early, though, for positioning for tomorrow. Yeah, nothing yet. President's Day's always been bearish. People hate America. Nobody more than Americans. 95,000. 95,000 what? No, not OI. Was it Gamma somewhere? Might have been Gamma somewhere. I don't know when I said 95,000. No, 95. Are you talking about the strike? Apparently, Pepto Bismol remains active after baking. Do y'all think cookies or cake would be a better hangover snack? I mean, if I was going to eat Pepto Bismol, I would say a cookie. It just, it seems better. Stop this? What? How likely are we to see 49.75 in the next 10 to 15 minutes? Huh. How about 65 in the next 30? Maybe? Maybe not 65. Hmm. That does look kind of bearish. Is that going to be 65? What is that price? Hold on. So if we retest for 575, that's going to be like 70, 70-ish. Maybe it's like 70, 69, 70. I guess we could get a little spike that takes us lower. But now this call buying looks bullish. Choppy, but bullish. Huh. Maybe it still fails. We'll see. I guess I could buy a put with a stop. New Bury portfolio just dropped. Okay. New is a new from 1231. Super useful, right? My only concern with the downside move is that 75 is too supportive. Is he long beyond? Is he? That'd be funny. Or was he just long beyond in December? He's long big lots. Ooh. He's not long BNAD. Don't bullshit me. Long SQ? Is he short PayPal? Power hour. Yes, it is. Oh, I forgot there was a song that accompanied it. If Russia blew up a US GPS satellite, bearish? Yes. I'll slam your mama's Djibouti. Whoa. 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 Leave Milkman D's mother out of this. Alright? Does positioning suggest SLD could be spicy? SLD began today. I mean, I guess today's been kind of spicy. Oh no. SLD is not a myth. You said that last month too. Do you think by discounting it, you're going to make it happen? Yes. Lawrence of Arabia is a legend and almost certainly a homosexual. Um, he's been really clear in his messages to me that no homo was intended, which isn't an issue, just a point of interest. No, Arabia. Oh, not Arabia. Curious. The actor or the actual person? So not Peter O'Toole. Okay, noted. Where's the bearishness? Didn't I say like 30 minutes? I definitely said 30 minutes. Well, just logged in. Who the heck trades on mobile like a nerd? Apparently, 36% of the people who voted on the poll. All of which could have also liked the fucking stream while they were at it. Just saying. I trade on mobile because I'm work. I'm just that good. You're at work? You're not adding a lot of confidence to the case by missing a word in a sentence. I've never felt so pressured to do something I've already done in my life. I'm just now tuning in. Are we crashing tomorrow? That seems unlikely. No, there's like 307 likes. There's 70 more likes than there were 60 seconds ago, but he's work. I got that part. Mobile's hard because sausage fingers. Are you related to the British aristocracy? I am work, holder of jobs. Fear me. Ugh. That sounds like a terrible. You chose the worst superpower. When I liked it, there were 69 likes, so it kind of felt bad pushing it to 70. Maybe we get 420, you know? And then the circle is complete. Then you were just one step closer to 420 instead of being the guy that fucked up 69. Smashing the like button is the first thing I do every morning. Thank you, 22 corgis. JK, he's still kicking, unfortunately. Yeah. So don't move the stops around as much. The tendency to move stops too early is a bad habit of mine. I see you've chosen the German. That'll help me sleep tonight. You're welcome. Half full, right? Someone told me I should practice that. You know what's kind of bearish? It's been 2 days and we haven't filled the upside gap. This is the most bearish thing that's ever happened to the SPX in 3 months. Thanks, Jimmy D. I'm always half chub, so I get it. Thank you, guys. You know what? It's kind of bullish. Now what? The price going up? Yeah, one could argue that. The last 15 weeks? 16, technically. Can we celebrate the most bearish thing to happen to the SPX? Closing at 49.50 for the lulz? That's a big ask. You know what's fucking fucked up is that we're 45 minutes from close, and the put $25 out of the money is still 35 cents. Oh, 15. No, 20? 25. Well, yeah. What's it, 65? It'd be cool if this failed. What a strange day for volatility. IWM's kind of mooning. We looked at Beyond today. Price action feels wonky. Does it? I mean, IWM's up 250 BPS, so it doesn't seem that wonky. It's being actively shorted. They're on Reg Show now. They're gonna go nuts with the shorting. They're thinking full port. Full port what? The 49.70 put? No. I thought Reg Show would stop the shorting. No. That's not. No. That's how it should work. That's not how it works. How does Iranian gas pipelines being sabotaged cause oil to crater? You're talking about natural gas pipelines? Well, I would start with it have nothing to do with the price of oil. Two five Delta puts for March 1st locked, and I feel good about it. So SPX should be 5,500 by then. Why March 1st and not Feb 29th? What's the new FINRA rule? I don't know, I haven't looked. DM it to me. I'll be 50 tomorrow. Happy birthday. I'd like to request a large dip for my sweet puts. Why are SPX puts so cheap? Because not enough people are buying them. Also, vol's down. Yeah. Do you know the market has to hit 5K tomorrow by law? I mean, you'd think it'd need to hit 5K today by law. The failure to do so is an embarrassment to all things bullish. We've almost double topped on the 1 hour. Why today? Thursday is for the Bulls. Not today. That's up 66 basis points. Theta. Yeah, but what about liquidity? Don't answer, I know. Wednesday also for the Bulls. You get forced covering in 13 days. Yeah, shorting. Well, shorting will cause more FTDs that already exist. There's already FTDs, hence the reg show inclusion. What's Friday for? The Bulls. I feel weird today. I've mostly only bought calls. Is tonight Straddle unusual for retail numbers in the morning? No, I don't think so. I think Vol's still high enough that a Straddle should pay out. Hey, I'm starting to notice a pattern here. Which pattern is it? Who taught you all the stuff about how the market works under the hood? Various people, different jobs, and myself. Wouldn't BNED $2? I want to degen into calls since my SPX mistress is so elusive. Oh, I don't know. 2032 or March 7th. Did I miss all the talk about risk? Maybe. You implying that you actually read those books on the list? I thought that was a joke. No. Just read Against the Gods, enough said. Yeah, that's a good one. What are books? They're manuscripts written on paper. And that paper is bound together within a cover that protects it. We did it. It's almost been 30 minutes. Yeah, they're just buying out of the money calls now. That's weird. That's a break above the resistance on futures. Yeah. Are they gonna push to 5K? I don't know. I gotta update the option stuff. Probably not. Probably not. Interesting. I wonder what strike they bought the calls at for the push, because it's definitely not at the money. Well, at least not zero. Oh, maybe tomorrow's expiration. That makes more sense. Hold on. Yeah, probably tomorrow. Tomorrow's. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, tomorrow's still just a shitload of 49.90s. It actually hasn't changed much. There's just more 49.90s than there were. So that shouldn't. Maybe that'll be supportive here. But yeah, for tomorrow's expiration below 49.90, there's like fucking nothing. What an odd strike to concentrate on. You're gonna pump the rest of this week, aren't they? No. Big drop canceled. I mean, this is the shift in momentum here. I don't know if we can drop as far anymore because we've pushed up so high. And now there's more support tomorrow out on 49.90. We may still be able to drop back into trend, I guess. How do you get momentum if there's no bears? Call sell off. There's always profit taking. Tesla looking bullish to 200 or still in a chop zone. I mean, I can say this much about Tesla. Bulls are trying really, really hard, and they have been wildly unsuccessful. But if there's one thing I know about Tesla bulls is that no matter how fucking stupid their thesis, they'll never give up. 87.66 is resistance, so it's a little bit above that right now, but not very much. Well, starting to lose 90 a little bit. Did I miss your comment on HE earnings? I mean, I didn't have one because I don't own any of the stock. But it looks like they did poorly. Shooting at the Chiefs parade sounds about right. Holy War, remember? I mean, it's far from completely gobbled up, but I mean, it's had a little bit of a recovery today. I wouldn't say that this like $30 is. I mean, this isn't even that far of a cry off from just like a little bit of a like a bear rally, right? I mean, we dropped pretty hard yesterday, so having a little bit of a bounce isn't unusual. The latter part of this week will probably tell us more about if we get a continuation or not. That's rude. 4 shot, probably more. I mean, I wasn't being rude. There's a you do understand that in this country that there's a contingent of armed people that aren't quite right in the head. This Russian national security threat. When the EMP goes off, remember, we were all here for it. We're totally shielded against that, right? What if Biden was old? He is. But is Taylor Swift safe? I mean, she's probably in a jet thousands of miles away. Does my put still cash settle if exchanges go down? Yeah, maybe. What if he had dementia? Well, I mean, if he had dementia, he'd be a politician. Oh, wait. Huh. CPI was really bad, right? Or just me? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Very bad. March or April better for Beyond 8C? I would say A, it's probably going to get shorted down more from its current prices. B, the more theta, the better. No one knows what CPI is. It's the consumer price index. Tesla bull thesis, selling all their inventory in the shortest amount of time at the highest margin per vehicle Utilizing the highest percentage of their factories with the best cogs so far. Ugh. So I didn't play today, but I'm happy that on Jam Croissant's window of weakness day, the market went up bigly. That's, yeah. He's 0 for 2 this year. Not doing great. At least my Phil Collins tweet was fucking spot on. Tesla bear thesis. 1, it's Tesla. 2, they have now run through. What's that? 2 different recalls for every car they have ever made. 3, Elon Musk. Oof. You know what else I can feel coming in the air tonight? If you say J-Fresh, gross. Damn it. He'll never have sex on that chair. Is the croissant guy legit? He's a legit tool. I mean, yeah, he is. He's usually pretty forthright with his information, although it's very vague and non-descriptive. I mean, we look at much of the same data he does. We try to be a little bit more precise in our analysis, which raises the chances of error, but I feel that that's better than just being kind of vague about everything, and then when something happens being like, oh look, I was right. Yeah. Who would be the top and who would be the bottom of you and JFresh? We've already talked about this. Standing chest to chest. It's the best way. Does he have to stand on a couple phone books? Maybe. What are your thoughts on Eastern Europe? It's there. NQ now above the level it was when CPI came out. Bullish. Well, not necessarily. Does he stand on options as a strategic investment? I mean, no, he'd hit his head on the ceiling. It's a terrible step stool. Can Putin nuke short vol from space? Are you guys unraveling the national security threat via Twitter? Does mentioning the existence of phone books reveal my age? Are they still around? I thought no. So I'd assumed that phone books were gone. But then, the other day, I was walking down the street and I saw a phone book hanging on the front door of a business. It was a White Pages. in a little plastic baggie from Verizon. Why is it racist? I didn't go back in time. I thought I had. I was like, is that a fucking phone book? And yeah. Last time I flipped through a phone book, I was in Vegas looking at the entertainers section. Nice. Did you find one? Excludes brown pages. None of the pages are brown. I just got a yellow pages last week from AT&T. It's only a 1/4 inch thick though. I guess tearing them in half isn't the show of masculinity that it once was. I didn't taking off Friday. There were dozens in there. Do bulls have infinite money? Sure. They've got more than you. Had a pretty good day. I haven't traded anything in hours, but yeah, I've had a pretty good day. They turn into brown pages when you keep them in the outhouse. What else are they useful for? Looking up phone numbers? Business to business cold calling? Don't you always have a pretty good day? Yeah, some of my best days are the ones I don't trade on. Just nice flat days where the market does nothing and I can just accumulate interest. I don't have to think about things. I drive by bulls in a field sometimes. I know they have more money than me. They're so haughty. You know what it is? They save a lot of time because of the short hair. They don't need to manscape ever. Today was not flat. That's right, Evans. What's up, popcorn? Jealousy's a terrible look, Gaff. Are they positioning for some data tomorrow or possible bull trap before we break a new low? None of those things. There's some data in the morning, which may incentivize a drive for 5,000, but I don't know if any of it's going to be groundbreaking. I mean, it's just retail sales and like industrial production and some jobless shit. Maybe if it's all bad, then yeah, but otherwise it's not going to matter much. Still think down after OPEX? Yeah, I kind of do. Do you consider ZOM a better long-term hold than Oxy? No. Well, they're fairly equivalent, but no. If there was ever a time you sounded like Smog, it was right there. Poopy pants. I make $850 a day in dividend payments. And then like another 1,350 in just theta decay. That's 85% of a full port. And that's before we get to covered calls. That's just condors and dividends. I shall sit and accumulate interest. I'm not a billionaire. I'm gonna be so disappointed when I do bond and index splits. Yeah, probably. Um, what's my dividend port worth right now? 5.76 at 6.89% yield on cost. Yeah, not far off. No. Not trillion. What did your dividend port earn when you first started streaming? It was like 120 something. Yep, 567 bucks. Theta Decaying Corpse. That's correct. You've nailed it. One wide Condor account school of stock video. That's not really worth it unless you're trading like more than a couple 100,000 at a time. Those are some high dividend yields. Not all. Well, some of them are. Some of them are a bit large, but most of them it's just because yield on cost is pretty good. Did you say you get 2K a day? It was a little more than 2K a day. If I give you a milli, will you give me 1.2 back the same year? You know I'm just gonna do buy rights on SPX, right? That's fine. I'm gonna charge you 50% of that 200 grand. Also, you have to sign a contract that says if I blow up all your money, I'm not at fault. Your announcements about your port gave me ADHD. Like, I don't know where to start focusing to learn it all first. Just focus on growing your account. And then when you start to grow your account above its limits, then you can start to take that money and put it elsewhere. Yo, Chad is freaking the fuck out. Why? You're paper trading. I have 2x 12 5k ports. That's not the hard part. You need to get them up to 25. Try getting 5k to 25k, not 5k to 10. 5k to 10's one lucky play. I'm serious. That'll help instill some more confidence. But I mean, eventually, you're gonna have to stick with what works and use it with real money, or not. I mean, fear, like performance paralysis, is definitely a real thing. if you had 50 to 100K and wanted to make 2 to 4% in income strategy, would you use spreads? I'd just buy treasuries. Are you talking about like 2 to 4% alpha, like ahead of the market, or just because like treasuries are like 4.5? I post my dividend portfolio in the value chat. I update it occasionally. At least when I post it, it's real time on like a 13F. Scalping the best way to grow it? I mean, initially, until you run into a wall. The funniest scenario to me is everyone piling into your divvy plays right before a major correction and them ending the divvy. Yeah, I was pretty clear the last time I posted it that I'm going to start trimming a lot of positions because I agree that we're getting way too close to the economy shitting the bed. So what's your favorite scalping setup for a 5K account? Preferably buying options that immediately go in the money. I have a lot of commodity dividend stocks. I wonder what my best position is right now. I'm doing pretty good on AT&T. SROF's killing it. I'm up like 300 grand on SROF. Yeah, I know it doesn't have a dividend. But you just trim, right? You just trim against NAV. If it's trading above NAV, you can sell off a bit. If it's below NAV, you buy more. It's not very interesting, but I mean, you can take income out of it. A VIX spike might be de-risking. Maybe. My best dividend performing dividend stock right now. Verizon and AT&T are doing really well. I'm up quite a bit on both of those. Percentage wise, I'm still up a shitload on Dole. BTU, I'm up a lot on BTU. My cost basis is like 18.20 on that. Ever look at ARCC? No. Oh, I have a metric fuck ton of PBR. I just averaged that position up not that long ago. But I bought that around like $10. That's why I said I need to marry a Brazilian if they take away the. Oh shit, we tested it. The end of day pump lived the dream. Now do we close above it? Yes. The answer is yes. Ding ding. The day is done. Congratulations, Bulls. You've done it. We're back at 5,000 and VIX is $2 higher. That's unusual. Oh fuck, they almost didn't hold it. Cookies and leche. Welcome to Long Johnson, man. Thank you so much. Alright, let's take a look at end of day shit here. We got the bullish breakout to test the upside trend here on ES. Not a full reversal yet, but we're getting very close to one. Full reversal would come at around ES 5025. So still some room to get rejected here, but a pretty bullish recovery at the end of the day today. As far as how persistent that'll be, it's a good question, but it puts a lot of charm back online now that we're over 5,000. We'll take a look at that positioning at the end, well, tonight when I write up Pickles picks. But I would say this puts us in a pretty bullish position for the end of the week, barring very negative data tomorrow and Friday. Broad commodities are down a little bit. Yeah, still not finding much of a recovery there. Commodities just continue to drop. Even I know China opened up last night, but still not a lot of confidence in their recovery. Yields are down a little bit today, but nothing too crazy. Just, I would say easing a bit after the shock of the CPI news, but still holding their upward trend. Correlation down, but still flat within the range we've been in over the last like 5 days. Forward returns on volatility back to negative at the end of yesterday, but still much higher than we have been recently. So hopefully that continues to at least add a little risk premium to volatility as we move through OPEX. Skew hasn't updated yet. I don't know what the fuck I just did. Yeah, we're still seeing a higher correlation with VIX cash and VIX, so still a slow shift to that stronger, that higher volatility regime, despite the massive drop in vol today. And yes, end of day yesterday. RSP carrying what appears to be a lot of the weight of the move up today, almost on par with ES gains. NQ up 1.1%, Dow 4.2 underperforming, and Russell 2.4 massively overperforming everything. Yeah, we'll see. I would say that if we can hold above 5,000 and through the data tomorrow morning, that's going to be pretty bullish. into the back half of the week. Where that's gonna put us as far as upside is concerned, hard to say. VN's pretty close to here, around 512. It's probably gonna move up a little bit today, so expect it to be around like 515 to 520 tonight. So anything above 520 is still gonna present that risk of overselling puts again. And remember that most of the puts here at 5,000 are sold. So, but they are back in the money. If there is a significant shift in the data, we might see those de-risk, and that could create a similar sized downside move to the one we saw before. Maybe not as extreme, but close. Any more downside pretty much out of the question the rest of the week. It depends if we hold 5,000 or not. We do have some pre-market data tomorrow. We have some data tonight. The data tonight, I mean, I think we have Great British and Japanese GDP. If those are big misses, we could see dollar rise and put more pressure on yields. So there's some potential that this won't hold still. I mean, like, there's still a slight chance that we rejected that trend. And then, yeah, we could pull back to like the 49.75 level, maybe. But I would say that if we hold 5,000, charm into the end of this week is going to be strong enough to at least keep us here, if not drive us higher. Why is Tesla going crazy in after hours? I have no idea. Is it going crazy up, crazy down? Up? Okay. It's up 1% in after hours. I'd imagine some kind of news. I don't know, maybe some sales report or something. Is there something specific I need to check out first once a member? No. Which one did you get? Long Johnson. If you want the private Discord, that's Dillionaire. Just FYI. Why news? Elon is still alive. No, I don't think. Did Elon die? Maybe. I don't know what the fucking news on Tesla is. Tesla's moving to Texas? He crashed a Cybertruck. He released his feet pics. Remember what he said about Tesla bulls and their thesis? Whatever it is, it's probably going to be big for the stock. Maybe. I mean, positionally, they're still in kind of a big hole they got to dig out of, but something about his ownership is trending on Twitter. 20.5% stake. Elon filed a 13G. What, did he buy a bunch more Tesla? Oh, God, what a terrible investor. Acquiring Ford. With what? He has no money. I mean, margin, right? Just leverage up, go long. All right. Anyway, thank you guys so much. I'll have Pickles Picks out tonight. Have a good one, and I'll see you bright and early in the morning. Later, everybody.